Good afternoon, everybody. How are we doing?
What's good, all? Hope you guys are ready for some March Madness here on a Friday afternoon. Your boy Alec and
Yeah.
I are ready to tear this thing up.
Oh, we're ready to get into some Tennessee and Missouri live betting.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Let's get it
What's your
going.
what's your look on this game here, Tennessee, Missouri?
Oh man. So what's crazy enough is I'm leaning towards the under. I don't like a side. I'm leaning towards the under. How about you?
Yeah, I jumped on the Missouri side at +6. I felt like those points were good points. I think I'm just not happy with what I've seen out of Tennessee as of late, and 6 points seems like quite a few in a game that I think is going to be a tightly contested battle. So I took the 6. I definitely like that look on the under as well. I could see that being a low scoring battle royale. The line has moved from 141 and a half down to what, 140 ish,
Yeah.
depending on the book, 139 and a half in some places. So the numbers are definitely trending in the right direction. And I think that's what we see out of this SEC battle today. It should be a good one, though. I'm excited
Yep.
for it. It'll be,
I mean, especially taking a look at how this Mississippi State Alabama game's going, I'm definitely leaning towards the under here. And I'm actually looking at a 140 and a half right now. I know you
okay.
use Bet Online, right?
Well, I've got a couple different books that are out there, so I just kind of see with the tools available. You can kind of see the range and the variety. So there's 140 and a half on FanDuel's and 139 and a half's kind of around the market. So if you can catch that 140, matter of fact, I'm gonna have to jump in there and take a little sprinkle myself.
Little sprinkle on the under.
Yeah, let's go. Let's go. Low scoring games.
Let's get it. Well, so we do have a ticker down at the bottom, but let's still talk about what the picks that we have coming today. Go ahead and break it down. You already said you got Missouri plus the 6. What else are you looking at today?
Yeah, so I'm just gonna lock these in real quick here, but yeah, so I was looking across kind of. I mean, I like everything on the slate today. It's hard to be selective and choosy here, but if I kind of start the rundown, a couple 3 o'clock spots that I jumped in on late were North Texas. I took the points with North Texas against UAB. I think that's going to be, kind of that Conference USA semifinal battle in itself. So 1.5 points. I think North Texas wins that game. UAB's kind of had their time, and North Texas has been quietly beating people up. So at 16-4 in the conference against the 14-6, they're battle tested. There's no doubt about that. And I think that the fans show up and show out today for those boys. And I'll take the point. I think I got 1.5 on that one. I like Texas Southern too. I'm not afraid. Alabama A&M had their big moments last night. I mean, they were up huge and they were stomping on. I can't even remember who they were playing at this point, but I think that time comes done. I think Texas Southern's in that kind of right place, right time opportunity. So, and just like that, Texas Southern's blowing them out 2-0.
Oh, cash it.
Yeah, get that one in the bank. Going into the later slate, though, I definitely saw a couple spots there with Iona. I think Iona's, clearly better coach team. I've been kind of down on Niagara all year. Somehow they're 16-14. I feel like I caught 25 losses with them. So maybe it's biased, but, I think Iona comes to play here. I got them first half at -7 or -7.5. I think the number's at now. And I took the full game -14. I don't think Niagara's. I think their time is done. It's in Atlantic City, New Jersey, right? So that's the opposite. I mean, it's a good 8-hour drive from Niagara to get out there. So I don't think you're going to see a lot of fans. But on the other side of things for Iona, I mean, that's more or less in their backyard. So I think there's going to be some representation. That's going to be a loud building. And I went with Penn State. I took the points with Penn State as well. I said this last night. I think Penn State's one of those schools that, their position right now is to battle. They're trying to get their name on the Selection Sunday committee's mind, and they're playing this Northwestern team that, they're 12-8 in the Big Ten, but Penn State's 10-10, and the 2-point line on a neutral court to me suggests the bookmakers think it's going to be a tight game. So
I was a little too puss to take Penn State side. I wanted to, and what my thought process on that game, right, is I was thinking, okay, well, I think if Penn State wins the game, I think the game is going to go over. And I see our boy Razor Sharp picks on the under 130.5, and I hate to be on the other side as that man because he prints money. But that was my thinking on it. I was too puss to take Penn State, so I took the over.
Yeah, I I like the dog and the over. I think those correlate. I think a lot of people feel the opposite way about that, right? They'll say, if you're taking the dog, then you like an under game. But I disagree, because I think if it's under, that suggests defense, and the defense shows up for the team that's favored, and does what they do to kind of shut them down. So I'm of the opposite school in thinking there. So I think we're both on the same page with it being a higher scoring game, and I like Penn State to pull it out. So.
I'll be rooting for Penn State. Don't get me wrong. I'm rooting for Penn State in that game. I just couldn't pull the trigger on them, especially only laying the 2. I think what was the money line there actually?
Let me pull it up. Penn State to me feels like they're due for something big to happen in one of their collegiate levels, and I know it's hard. It's plus 110 right now on the money line. It's tough to take a team and say that the school is due, but their basketball program, Linebacker University in itself, has been somewhat mediocre in the Big Ten as of late. They've got an ice hockey program now that's sponsored by the Pagulas, or at least the Pagulas put down a hefty chunk to build the arena. And they're doing quite well. I think they're in the top 10 or top 15. But it just feels like, hey, Penn State's a basketball school right now, and I think that team's going to blow up and show out. I wouldn't be surprised to see them beat the Big Ten. Lock it down. Who else are they going to play against? The big teams out there have already kind of locked their position, in the tournament. I think there's not a question. There's a lot of Big Ten schools that make the tournament to begin with. So Penn State knows that if they want to get in there at this point, their only opportunity is to kind of win it all and show up. So I'm excited about that Penn State game today. It's 6:30 start too. Kind of gets me over the bridge between this afternoon action and this evening. So hopefully we'll be stacking and cashing.
All right, let's move on into that next play, because it's interesting to me because I'm also on this same side, but in a different way. I see you had Miami plus 3.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. They played each other once this season, right? There was one head-to-head matchup, and I don't even think
a couple weeks ago. Just a couple weeks ago.
It got ugly, right? Let me pull my numbers up here on the game, but it was
Miami by like 12, right?
Yeah, I think so. And it wasn't close. So even though it was a 12-point game, I think Miami kind of started and stomped on them the entire game. I just don't think Duke matches up well. I'm not a Duke fan to begin with, and I don't think much of UNC either, for that matter. Even though I know they're like the blue bloods of college basketball, but maybe that's why I'm everybody's on them, and I like to kind of zag when everyone else is zigging. So I do like Miami though. I think, hey, give me the points, give me the money line. I think they're a better coached team, and I think they're just they're in a position where that their kind of wrinkle in their game plan as of late was that Florida State game, and it couldn't have come at a better time as what were they, a 12 or a 13-point favorite to lose to on your home court, right? To lose to Florida State, kind of your rival, albeit maybe Florida State's not as competitive this year as Miami might want them to pretend to be, but in this case, I felt like, hey, you catch that loss at the right time. They kind of battled back a little bit. They went through their ups and downs, and they came back and they beat Pitt in a close game. They beat Wake Forest in a close game. A couple of close W's in there, but they're battling right now. And I think that gritty kind of grind them out style is what we're going to see from Miami today with the points in the back pocket. I'll take them, and I'm going to sprinkle the money line too.
I love it, and the reason why I said we took the game different ways because I didn't take them by themselves. I didn't play this game as a single game. I took it in a money line parlay, and I took Miami money line. So I took like two favorites in Miami money line and parlayed it. So I took Kansas and Memphis money line along with Miami. So it's plus 387, 3 money line teams at plus 387. I put a third of a unit on it, which wins me just over 1 unit. It's like 1.1 units.
Up, Leonard. I like that move. I like the that's we talk about it all the time, right?
See you, Leonard.
Bankroll management and trying to come up with the right formula, to capitalize on it. And you can take. It doesn't have to be a home run. It doesn't have to be the grand slam. It can be a unit, and nothing wrong with picking up a unit when you're, securing yourself in there with a couple of healthy favorites, and you hope for a little bit of magic there with Miami. Worst case scenario, you're only down a third of a unit, and that's not going to hurt.
It's not going to hurt whatsoever. But let's break down a little bit real quick because this game still hasn't even tipped off yet. Your last play, that Iowa State under.
Yeah. I think it's a situation of matchup. I looked at the money and the numbers coming in across the board, and I kind of felt to myself, when I was looking at the matchup, and not an Iowa State guy, I feel like Iowa State, when they're in big spots, spotlight spots, they just don't show up. And I think that Kansas is going to slap the taste out of their mouths. And I'm going to jump on the Kansas side as well, but I see the numbers are moving in Kansas direction. It's at -4.5 now. But the under, impressively, is kind of holding it steady at 130. So I see it opened at 130. I see it at 130, even 130.5 in some places. But check this out. We got 79% of the bets and 96% of the money on the over. And it's like a frozen number. So,
Yeah.
I think that suggests, well, at least in my mind, that suggests Kansas is going to slap the taste out of their mouths. Iowa State's going to roll over. Might be a good Iowa State team total under game. I'm not going to get that cute with it. I'm just going to stick to the under, and I'm going to probably jump on that Kansas now before the line moves up much higher than 4.5. I could see it going.
Is the first half still sitting at 2.5 as well? Because I think there might be a spot to take Kansas in the first half. Iowa State riding high after beating Baylor just yesterday. Might not be a bad look.
Yeah, I could certainly see that. Kansas. I see a -2 out there on Bet Rivers, but then 2.5 is kind of across the board there. So that might be a triple up spot. That might be first half full game and the under.
First half full game and the under. You know what? I don't mind playing around with you today. I think
we bankrolled enough yesterday to facilitate some chances that might otherwise not be there.
So I put out, I don't know if you saw my tweet earlier. So I've had a pretty cold past 4 days here. I went 5-9. I'm down like 2.6 units in the month, should I say. But actually on our live stream with Dave yesterday, I didn't lose a live bet. So that kept me alive. So, I'm looking to play a little bit more today, a little bit more volume, a little bit less on the units. I'm going to play half units on everything extra that wasn't posted and just see if I can get this out of my system,
Sure. Nothing better than beating a slump than firing right through it,
That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah, I was laughing with a friend of mine the other day. We were talking and he was like, I just got to pick better. He's got to pick better. You're said than done, right? I said, but maybe instead of picking better, back your unit size down a little bit. I know we've heard, Jimmy talk about this before and some other guys as well. It's, I found a lot of times playing blackjack and things at the casino, when I'm stacking chips high and I just had a good stretch, I won 2 or 3 in a row and I'm like, all right, I'm going heavy on this one. Doesn't the dealer pull that blackjack? But then as soon as I back it down, maybe even table minimum, we laugh about being a table minimum blackjack winner, but that's how it goes, right? So sometimes backing that unit size down while you fire through that slump is enough to kind of get yourself out of it, build that confidence back up, and then step in there. So I always find when I go outside of my standard unit, it ends up hurting more than helping in the long term for me.
Yeah, no, I definitely agree with you there, especially in the NFL. I did that quite a bit this season. I had a great record actually in the NFL, but a lot of my losses were like huge, like 3.5, 4 unit plays where I felt super confident and then just came out looking like, what the fuck just happened?
What did I just do? Yeah.
So that definitely hurt the ROI there. But no, yeah, 100. Like you said, bankroll management is everything in this business. You know it, I know it. Everyone should know it. It's not a get rich quick scheme here. No, you gotta live to play another day. And I think I don't know if you remember saying that last night because you were pretty toasty by the end of that stream. But you said that was the mantra. You said, live to play another day.
I don't. That doesn't sound like anything I would say.
You pull up the stream from last night. Fast forward to the end of it. You definitely were. That was your mantra. Live to play.
Yeah, I was gassed last night. No doubt about it. I woke up slow and hurting this morning. So it's like I said, I'm going to be gambling or doing a lot of scrubbing on the fly here while I look at some of these games that are coming up later today. But
unluckily enough, the game got pushed back a half hour, so we got a 12:30 tip now, 3:30.
Okay.
So we got some time to just look over some games, talk about some shit. There's actually nothing currently playing at the moment.
Some of those.
Actually, no, that's a lie. I'm gonna have top 25 up. Ohio State, Michigan State. One of my games is playing right now.
So what did you take on that one? You did the under in that game?
Yeah, I took the under 137.5 in that game. Just simply looking as I believe this is the third time these teams have played this year.
Mm-hmm.
And hold on, I gotta pull up my notes on here. There we go.
I took the first half under, so I'm with you. I'm in the same company of I thought the player what was his name there that got kind of ruled out at the last minute, moved that line. I was going to take Michigan State. I think it was -4 earlier today. I was going to jump on it, but then it got up to 6.5 or so, and I thought,
yeah,
it seems like these two schools, Michigan, Ohio State, doesn't matter which Michigan it is, Michigan or Michigan State. The two of them feel like they battle with Ohio
They don't like
State.
each other. They don't like each other.
It's those three schools and then everybody else in the Big Ten. And so, yeah, they definitely don't like each other. There's definitely that movement in the number to me felt like, if there wasn't 100 games on today, I might chase it a little bit more. I wouldn't buy a point down or anything like that. I would take it and eat it, but I don't know. Just felt like, let me get in and out of that one, as they say, right? Because there's a lot of other things that are coming up. So,
yeah.
Like I said, I'm on Texas Southern. It's a tie game right now, 10-10, semifinals. A little slack action today. So I looked through some of the trends that were out there. Surprisingly enough, alarmingly enough, not a ton of trends. Given this kind of state of where we're at with these games today, I thought there would be quite a bit more. But it is what it is. We'll have to find our way through it and find a way to.
Nothing with the AC at 72 degrees on a Friday afternoon with the wind coming in at 17 miles an hour from the north.
No, I try not to let the day of the week influence my pick on the game. I know if it's a Monday for me and I won on Sunday, it's a tough day, but that's a different story. So, no, I try not to let that.
No, I honestly feel you like that. I feel you on that, should I say, because I don't know what it is, but I feel like Mondays are a lot tougher. I don't know what it is. I think it's like the smaller slate. I feel like lines are a little sharper because there's not as many games. Mondays are pretty tough.
So some guys like I know our boy Dabby will make fun of me and stuff because I'm on some of these smaller schools, and I'm like, you know what? We talk about it all the time. That's where the action is. That's where the opportunity is. These lines are tight as hell when you get to the conference finals and semifinals. They're good team versus good team, and it's hard to find the edge. But when you got 100-game slate and you've got scumbag university versus slacker
shit tech,
it's an opportunity out there to capitalize and make some money. So at least the numbers are a little bit more reasonable, and you got to take those advantages where you can. But to today's card, I mean, every single game on the card, maybe not Maryland, Eastern Shore, Howard, but the rest of them kind of seem like they should be some battles today. So I'm excited. Later on today, one of my favorite spots is North Carolina Central. Crazy to think about it, but it's a 1-point line game at 8:00 tonight. It's a semifinal battle. Norfolk State's like they're boom or bust. They're either making everything or they're making nothing. And to me, it feels like this is an opportunity where the clock's about to strike midnight, I think, for that Cinderella. And not that they're a Cinderella, but their conference play was mediocre at best. And NC Central's kind of been slapping people in the ass. So I think it's a good opportunity tonight to see talk about a kind of a nothing conference that's going to be on ESPN Plus. And there's probably not going to be a ton of eyes on it, but mine will certainly be on it, and I'll take them first half and full game. I've been cashing tickets with NC Central all season.
Really? Okay. Yeah, that is one look that I looked at that game, and I'm not gonna lie, I scrolled right past that one.
Well, you think about it too. Everybody knows Norfolk State. They seem to be. I say everybody. I'm taking for granted that they're in the tournament. They're in the conference. They're probably of most relevance in that conference itself. So the MEAC, and when you look at it, the average bettor is going to say, "Oh, Norfolk State, and I'm only laying one. I might just take the money line and say screw it." And then guess what happens? They end up losing outright.
North Carolina Central, wins outright. I could see that.
That's like the perfect model or formula for it's Friday, the wind is blowing in, and everybody and their brother is going to take that money line instead of laying the -1. And then what happens? Probably going to be let me proof test it here. Looking at the numbers.
Pull that little head-to-head up. I'll pull up the head-to-head. You pull up your numbers. Let's see here.
So as I'm scrolling down to it here, I see 37% of the bets and 58% of the money on the Norfolk State money line, and it's moved just a small move, 2 cents, but it went from -112 to -110. So there you go. big money coming in on just the Norfolk State side of things, money line. And
so they have more money and they dropped it.
Right. Just a couple cents. But,
yeah.
Conversely, if you look at it the other way, Norfolk State opened up at a -0.5, so more or less a pick 'em. And there are some +1.5s out there right now. So 28% of the bets and 48% of the money coming in on Norfolk State would suggest that at least there's some bigger handle coming in on them. But that line's not moving the way that I think Vegas wants it to. And we're seeing, I don't know, we'll see what happens. I don't want to get overexcited about an 8:30 MEAC game, but
that is something very interesting to think about, though, especially because you're right. I mean, the casual bettor is just going to think about Norfolk State. They're not going to think about North Carolina Central, and then that line movement where the money is. I don't really like. To me, it doesn't correlate.
You got a number 2 and a number 3. It's going to be a battle. I think all these games today are battles. I see here that the 2 previous contests combined difference of just 7 points. It's a tight game, right? You got a 180 and a 197 in the Ken Palm ratings. I don't put much stock in those Ken Palm ratings. Some people take them a little bit more seriously than I do, I guess. But eye test games. So we'll see. Should be a fun one.
Interesting thing also is NC Central won the last game 76-75.
There you go.
So they win by 1 at home. I mean, this is going to be like a home game for both of these squads, though. I mean, with the game being in Norfolk, Virginia anyway, it's not like anyone can't travel to the game.
Right. NC State's ripped off, 5-6 wins in a row right now, so they're no slouches right now either. So I like the look there. I think that'll be a fun game. There's some great games though, like Texas and TCU is going to be a good game. I think Xavier Creighton's going to be a good game. This board's loaded today. It's always,
especially with Xavier almost falling to DePaul yesterday. I know they pulled away very late, but they almost fell.
I wouldn't have been too disappointed. I mean, I'm okay with them getting that. Big East, Big Ten. I don't know. Maybe I see too much of it because of where I live. Some of these schools need to freshen up and bring in some new blood.
I don't blame you. Actually, I like watching the most the Big 12. I don't know why. It's just the most exciting to me. I feel like that's where the scoring is, and I feel like a lot of the schools, at least at the top of the leaderboard, they're all like jammed in together. Whereas a lot of these other, I'm not going to say that. I was about to say like a lot of these other conferences where it's like I feel like this year especially everything's been wide open.
Yeah, I think we're going to see more of that too, right? The NIL deals that are out there now are going to take these.
You're going to be able to get more guys to come to your school who you may not have been able to before because of money.
And the way they're doing it, so cloak and dagger and clandestine without transparency behind it, is a situation where you're going to have some kids that should be going to a Kentucky as the one and done. They're going to throw $40 million at them, and you're going to see them playing for Oklahoma. And that'll be exciting. That'll shake the power system up a little bit because. Tired of seeing Alabama every year in college football, and I want to see the good teams prevail. But how do you become a good team if everyone wants to go to the school? It's basically a Division II NFL team.
The conference realignments are going to be, like with everyone changing up. I feel like that's going to be something that's going to have to play a big part in the future as well. Just because if everyone's starting to get all these top recruits because of NIL deals, and you don't have big super teams matching up for the championship every year. I mean, for one, opening it up is a great thing. And I've seen a lot of videos about, how they're opening up the conferences and people are moving as a bad thing. I think that's a great thing for college football, especially because you're going to see top tier matchups every single week. However, I feel like it is going to be tougher to bet because I can see college football turning into a miniature version of the NFL where those lines are a lot tighter.
Sure.
You're not going to have these horseshit tech matchups where you find a lot of value because you're going to have top-tiered matchups every single week.
Well, that makes it more exciting, too. I mean, for the fans and for the sake of the game, it's going to be more exciting to see quality, competitive games instead of, I don't get too excited when I see, like, Arkansas is playing Auburn. That doesn't fire me up. And I like those schools. I like when they play an LSU or an Alabama or a Georgia, but give me a little more competition behind it. And I'm all for the change. Good positive change. Shake things up a little bit. The SEC's been so dominant for so long that they need to freshen it up, and they need to do something to re-enthuse me and re-energize me for the sport itself. I mean, I love college football, but a lot of games and a lot of them don't mean shit throughout the day. But all for the tournament getting bigger as well. Make that playoff, right? We got 8, 12, 16.
Next year? I think
so.
Isn't it 12?
I think it's 12. Yeah.
I think it's 12, and it starts next year. Yeah.
So, if they can do it in Division 2 and Division 3, why can't they figure it out for Division 1? And, I like it. That's like the only time I really watch Division 2 football is when they've got that tournament going on. And Norfolk State's one of those teams that gets in there and gets it done. So, that's exciting. It's exciting to see change, positive change that's going to help. I think like I said, it'll get my attention back in this game here. It looks like they got about 5:45 to tip off.
5:45, and then what'd you get that first half Ohio State Michigan State? It was Ohio State Michigan State game at
63.
Got at 63.
Yeah, where are we sitting?
They're at timeout. 11:34 left in the first half, but it's 28.
It's tight.
Tight.
It's how it is this time of year. There's.
I would love to see, right out of this timeout, let's see a good 3.5 minute stretch of just no scoring.
Nothing. Brick.
Building a brick house. That's what the fuck happened in that TCU K-State game last night. 3 points in the final 3.5 minutes. Man, I was disgusted.
I don't even remember the end of the night. Got to be the situation where it was like,
well, you were cashing so many damn tickets. You were taking
stopped paying attention.
Shots.
Shots, and I stopped paying attention, and then next thing you know, it's I'm looking back at it, going, boy, I really went heavy on Seattle Kraken, and again, step out of my unit count, and I stepped up the Seattle Kraken, and I had USC was
the Kraken. How many times did you bet the Kraken?
I last night I had them 4 or 5 times at least. Every time I kept looking at it, I'm like, oh, it's tied. It's a good spot. Or it's down. It's a good spot. And then
at the end of the night when you were gone, you were like, there's like 4 or 5 minutes left in the game. It was right after Ottawa tied it up or something like that. You're like, it's another Kraken spot.
Yeah. That sounds about right. That's when it's after midnight and I'm drunk and I'm saying that's a good spot after I've already hit it 4 or 5 times, that's a code for don't listen to me anymore. Mute my mic. Hey
man,
it happens.
Did the Senators win that game?
They did. It was crazy too because I had the Devils game and that was the pimp slap spot that went to overtime right in the shootout.
They won in the shootout. That's right.
And then St. Louis, San Jose goes, that was another one that Nick and I were kind of joking back and forth about the teams that are playing on certain days against certain teams. And that one went to the shootout. And
that's what you were talking about. You were talking about the Sharks and the Knights. I didn't quite understand what you were saying about that.
Yeah. So for whatever reason, when the San Jose Sharks play the same night as the Las Vegas Golden Knights, the San Jose Sharks are now like 1-16. So they suck. They suck to begin with, and they're not any better when they're playing on the same night as Vegas. And then the third spot I had was that 22-0 spot with Seattle. I was like, why shouldn't this one be a winner? They've all cashed. And then it was a tie game. I don't know if it went to overtime or they snipped it at the very end of the game, but it was.
I think they snipped it at the very end of the game.
Yeah. So
is that spot now 22-1 then?
Yeah. Yeah. For that particular trend. Yeah. Yeah. So, it'll be interesting to see how, with there's maybe 15 games left or so, 20 games tops for the NHL, if that. We've got a couple more weeks of hockey action, and then we move into the postseason. So trends are definitely going to be mature now. At this point, we're going to see there's enough data behind them. There's enough of the season that's been played that hopefully sharpen those numbers up a little bit. But those lines are just so stupid. Minus 250s, minus 300. I think I saw minus 450 today. I honestly, when I see those numbers, I just tune right out. I don't have any interest in even looking at the game.
Yeah, weren't you guys saying like you don't really want to look anything past like a 140?
Yeah, I mean, everybody's got a little bit of a different way that they treat the number itself, but I'll go 150, even 160 in hockey and baseball. I kind of treat hockey and baseball very similar in those numbers, but outside of that, I want to try to take it in regulation or a -1, -1.5 if the situation presents itself. But when I see tonight, like even tonight with the Panthers Blackhawks game, minus 1.5 for the Panthers is minus 182. Like, I'm not interested in laying. I got to win by 2 pucks, and I got to lay almost minus 200. No thanks. Even the same thing with the Flames. I'd look at the total more than anything else, and I do like the under in that Flames Ducks game tonight. 6.5 is at minus 120. So put that one down there for the kiddies at home. Calgary under is a great look tonight at minus 120 at 6.5. So yeah, it's hard to get excited. 2 games, too. Friday. I guess it makes sense with the tournament heating up, and it's Friday in March. Makes sense.
Trying to get all the attention towards college basketball. Yeah, no, that does
kind of stay in their lane a little bit, right? And there's probably a lot of similar fans in college basketball as there is in the NHL. So, NBA is kind of its own animal, right? There's a ton of NBA games tonight, but I haven't spent a lot of time looking at too much NBA.
You know what? And what's so tough is like, I mean, thanks to everybody who always says that, like, I'm a great college capper. I mean, I feel like I have a lot better sense of the college game than I do in NBA, because NBA, if there is a bad beat to be had, I am on it. I am the one constantly getting beat badly, and I don't know necessarily how to read the lines the same way. Even though, it's a lot of the same information, it's so different and it's interpreted differently. And I feel like when you and Dave and Nick are talking about some NBA spots, I kind of feel like I got to put my head in the sand, because I stopped following NBA with so many bad beats. I'd rather just step away, and maybe tail some people that I trust, rather than put my own plays out there and not be any good, because that's just simply how it's been.
Yeah, if it's not fun, right? The first rule is it's got to be fun. So
yeah,
it doesn't have to necessarily. I guess winning is the first rule, but I'll have fun.
Winning is fun. Winning is fun.
Yeah, I'll have fun with my money afterwards. But I think if it's not fun, then and that's what the NBA for me last year got to that point where I got so frustrated with those injuries and last minute, player opt outs and bullshit that it was like, you know what, let it go, stop caring about it now. And you know what, the trend factors, they kind of see through all of that. It doesn't matter who's playing tonight to some extent, right? Like, look at that KD game the other day. We were laughing last night or joking around that he got hurt in warmups. He's going to probably miss the rest of the regular season right now. But they were laying 13 to OKC, and they still came out there and whooped him by like 25, 30 points. So it doesn't matter. And you hear guys say that all the time. I got to wait and see. No, you don't. The numbers are factored in with I think what happens when it comes to the injuries and the player opt-outs and things like that too. So you might see a 1 or 2 point movement when they announce that Giannis is officially out, but does it make a difference in the end of the day? Probably not.
I mean, at the end of the day, all of these guys are professional athletes, and any person at any time could go put up, 25, 30 points.
Yeah, I mean, Giannis is out.
Any of the guys. I'm not talking about bench players or something like that, but any single person on any given night could drop 25, 30 points.
We only have 11 dudes on the roster, right? So it's not like they can't. Somebody's going to step in there and fill those shoes and figure out a way to get the game done.
Yeah.
So we got to start. We got Tennessee banging. We got Tennessee banging in threes right away. That's not
what I'm trying to see. Let's see here. I'm a little behind. Mine still doesn't show a tip. There it goes. Now I see a tip.
There we go. A little 3-2 action here.
5 points in a minute and a half.
It's a battle.
There we go.
It's not what we want to see.
The total is dead. 5 points in the first minute. We're fucked.
Rip that ticket up.
Oh, Mally Mal on Twitter. He just he told me he hit a 10-game same game parlay, and I asked what it was, and he just showed me. Let's see. Same game parlay, 10 picks. Yep, he had Julius Randle 20+ points, De'Aaron Fox 20+ points, De'Aaron Fox over 4.5 assists, Sabonis over 8.5 rebounds. Quickly over 2 rebounds. Julius Randle over 5 rebounds. De'Aaron Fox over 1 3-point made. Jalen Brunson over 2 3-pointers made. And Quentin Grimes over 1 3-pointers made, with Sabonis over 3.5 assists. All of that smacked. And he had another parlay. He parlayed that 10-game same game parlay with a 2 picks and another same game parlay for a total of 12. Let's see, it was Senators Krakens over 4.5 and Jared McCann anytime goal scorer.
Oh,
So
wow.
12 picks.
That's
It
digging deep.
was plus 1493. So there was a lot of favorites parlayed together there, but hey, $1.27 won them $20.24.
Wow.
That'll win you something, right?
Yeah, that make me sick. I'd be sitting off.
Have you put $1.27 on that?
Should have had more. I always laugh when I talk to some buddies that they're not big gamblers, but they'll come hang out, watch a game, and they want to put some money on something. And should I put 200 on this or what? I'm like, dude, just enough to have fun with yourself. You don't need to, nothing better than winning and saying I should have had more, as opposed to losing and saying why did I play so damn heavy?
Yeah, no. Well, that all comes down to bankroll management. What do you have to give up? What are you willing to part with? Because every bet is a loser until it wins.
It's under till it's over.
Now that is true. That is true. But Leonard, I didn't have any play in the game. Mike did pre-flop have the Missouri +6. Right as we started the show, we talked about any looks that we had, and I was looking at the under 140.5 full game.
Fucking shit site.
Also going to look for an in-game spot potentially on that UAB game because North Texas is already down.
Well, I don't know what happened in Ohio State. They came back from that timeout and they're banging in buckets everywhere.
Really? So basically the opposite of what we asked to happen.
Yeah. 50. We got 55 points, and I'm sitting on a 63 ticket. So that's great. That's how you want to start the day.
And hell yeah, Leonard, we're gonna talk Dave into using the ticker at the bottom.
Yeah. Get him to punch in a couple of numbers pregame for us here to make it a little bit easier with what everyone's on when somebody joins in late.
Start tracking live bets. It's super easy to edit and add something in there live, delete something, track wins and losses on the night. It's something fun. And UAB up to a 12-2 run in the first 6.5 minutes. Wow.
In a 1-point line.
All right, we're looking at 57 points, 2:17 left, and you had the first half at 64.5, 63.5?
63 was my number, so
63. Gotcha.
Yeah.
Ooh, it's not dead yet.
No, it's under till it's over. Let's go under.
Told Jimmy to use it for pub live shows too. It's crucial. I love the ticker. I feel like, especially on live shows, I mean, might as well just have a ticker to show everything that you're on pre-flop, and you can even add a second ticker to add live stuff. I think it's a very good tool to use. God forbid you go to take a piss and you miss some plays. No, for real, man.
No, that's it. You're conjuring up that magic when you're sitting around looking at the numbers, talking to guys about their plays. Something slips out of the tongue there that you like, and maybe somebody hears it and somebody doesn't, and it's the difference, right? The difference between getting it in or not. So
I know adding it in on a live spot's going to be kind of hard because, like, you'll punch it in, it'll be on the ticker, and a minute later it's going to be different. However, it's good to see something around what you're on so you could find a spot later. 57, Ohio State timeout, 1.5 minutes. It's not dead yet.
6 points. 6 points.
So I was messing around before we started the stream. I was trying to find little videos because I had nothing. Like, this is from my YouTube channel. Me and my buddy, we were doing college football plays and NFL plays. We only put out one video a week. And this is right when I was getting into tracking all my picks and really taking my capping seriously. So I didn't have any videos, but I did find a video to add, and I just want to play it for everybody now, just for fun,
Nice.
Let's see here. Where
like the little videos, yeah?
Oh, dude, I think it's gonna be freaking hilarious.
That's what I'm talking about. This shit means something to me, man.
That's a good one.
That's what I'm talking about.
That's what I'm talking about. This shit means something.
That was me when I lost that total by the hook last night.
Oh man. Fortunately, I've been on I think that's the benefit of having different books and options to work with. I don't know. You got to have a plethora out there in Vegas. You got to have books galore to work with.
Oh yeah, so I mean, I just work with like everything local. I don't mess with William Hill whatsoever, but
No?
no, I don't. But I do. I play around with Stations, Boyd, and MGM.
Okay.
Stations, Boyd, MGM for me. I've been thinking about going down to Caesars and signing up for a Caesars account. Not really sure how great that's going to be. I prefer bet MGM over Caesars anyway.
Yeah.
But it isn't something about like Caesars and William Hill lines are like pretty much the same. That's what I've heard, and that's why I haven't done it.
Yeah, the Caesars app, at least up here in New York, the Caesars app runs through William Hill, so they're one and the same. I think that's the catalyst or the vehicle they use to push themselves mobile. So they are one and the same, and you know, it's all right. They've got some better. I don't know. I guess it's like anything else. There's some spots out there that are better and more advantageous than others, but what are you gonna do? You know, it's. I went to Vegas last time I was out there. It was kind of the infancy of mobile betting, and they offered the option to. It's a couple of years back now. They offered the option to. They had a mobile app, and I forgot which. I don't know if it was at Planet Hollywood, but they had a mobile app, and the way they wanted to set it up was you had to give them a whole bunch of cash, right, for credit,
right,
and then they would kind of dock it as you went through, and then you could cash out at the end of the weekend. But there was like the process was too complicated to sign up for it. So I was like, fuck it. I'm going to be running up and down the strip all weekend here. I'll jump in and make a play where I need to and cash out when I can. So
yeah. And you know what? Honestly, if I'm out and about, I'd rather have a physical ticket anyway. That's just me.
I do like the option of the actual ticket in hand. I don't know. I don't know if it makes it more real to me or if it makes it, I don't know. I do like having the actual ticket in hand. Nothing better though when you're leaving Vegas and you're getting ready to pack your bags up and you got a stack of 5 or 6 or 7 tickets.
Got them blue $100 bills.
Let me go get this cashed in before I leave, and I got to factor in cashing in my tickets before I catch my shuttle to the airport. That's always a fun spot to be. So looks like that Michigan State.
We got our first casher of the game. My God, it's that under first half.
This shit means something to me.
You don't got to tell me twice.
That's great.
That's what I'm talking about. This shit means something to me, man.
Yes, sir.
What I'm talking about.
Yes, sir.
Hey, I had to do a hard reset on the internet today. Am I any better? Am I still lagging?
I have not seen a lag out of you so far.
Good.
So did you do the full modem reset?
Yeah, powered everything down and unplugged it for like 15 minutes and kind of let it cycle out, and then hit the reset, punch it back in, and away we go.
Okay.
Not a good time to do it when you're IPTV driven and everything's running off the internet. It's hard not to have it for 15 minutes, but small sacrifice.
Yeah, I know. Come on, like you didn't grow up in the time without any of this shit.
It's true.
Any of this shit. You said, what radio station is the game on?
No, I wasn't a radio station guy, but it was pretty cable. Sure.
I'm just going off of fucking Nick and Tim busting your balls about the senior citizen comment last night, man.
No, I got the benefit of having seen everything a few times, so it's nice to. Oh yeah. It's nice to have it all set up. But I know what's going on in the UAB North Texas game, though. We got a 17-2 now. North Texas is just not firing whatsoever.
Oh, actually, you know what? I'm going to open up the GameCast. How are they shooting through the first good old 9 minutes of the ball game here?
17-2.
They are shooting a whopping 7.7% from the field. They are losing the rebounds 12-5. Looks like UAB they're shooting 66.7% from three. I'm going to assume they are 2 for 3 from three. They're shooting 63.6% from the field, though. They are just killing them. Walker already with 10 points as well. 3 rebounds, 1 assist. I think. What was this game? What was this game at? 1.5, you said?
Yeah, 1.5.
1.5.
For the UAB game you're talking about?
Yeah, I
Yeah.
think this might be a good spot to maybe get a little in-game action here on North Texas plus some points.
I mean, they've been playing 1-point games. You got to figure. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm looking at it right this very second. I just checked my my little 3-team money line parlay, right?
Yeah.
I was reading out. It was like plus 387 earlier. I've already gained some CLV. I know CLV doesn't
right.
win you nothing, but it's at plus 362 now. I got it at 387.
Sounds good.
Yes, it does. But looking at the in-game here, it's locked. They said, no, you will not take any points. Not from us right now.
That's a lot of times the byproduct of those, non large conference schools there, right? You've got two teams in a spot where the books don't even know what number to put on the thing. They're still struggling to understand why it's 17-2.
It's 21-2 now. Yeah, there we go. I got a plus 16.5 juice to minus 115.
Jesus. That's. I thought it was going to be a close game. I was expecting it to be a close game. The numbers suggested a close game, but UAB's like that. They can just go out there and slap somebody quick.
I'm as much as I would love to take a 16.5 in a semifinal here. I'm gonna hold up, and I'm gonna see where we are around the 5-minute mark. Let's see if North Texas can actually put up some points. 2 points in the first 10 minutes of a game is not something I really want to put some money on. Ooh.
This Tennessee-Missouri game's working out the way we expected.
Yeah, they did slow down 8-6. What, 13:42 left?
Yep. Tie game. Oh, no.
10-9. There it is. 10-9.
Yeah. We'll get there.
19 points in 7 minutes. Not terrible. It was I had 140.5, so 141 beats me divided by 40 minutes. So they need 3.52 points per minute in the first 7 minutes. They should be at like 24, 25 points, and we're at 19. We're tracking good so far. Missed layup, defensive rebound, missed layup, offensive rebound, turnover. Oh, North Texas looks like ass.
Yeah, they're that ticket literally might be dead. unless they have a miracle second half, but geez, I mean,
hey, you know what? I if I was the coach, I'd break it down every 5 minutes. Cut into this lead. 3 points every 5 minutes, and then that last 5 minutes is you're down 20 points. So 3, 6, 9. Nah, you need to cut into it more. That doesn't even fucking correlate.
It's bad.
That is bad.
It's as bad as it gets. It's all right.
Just missed another fucking layup, dude. There it goes.
Put the mercy rule in there. For anybody that played sports growing up, the mercy rule, right? When the score gets out of control and it's lopsided one way versus the other, they run the clock, they stop calling fouls, they just want
10 run rule in the baseball.
When you're down 20 in the first half of a game, it's over.
It's over.
Bring on the next one.
So I don't know if you were too drunk yet or not. Did you notice the second half of that Villanova-Creighton game had 106 points scored?
I did notice that, yeah. I was drunk, but I did notice that, yeah.
That was the sickest shit. After they put up, 55 in the first half?
Yep.
I was like, oh, we're going to cruise to this under. Just don't put up 80. Just don't put up 80 in the second half, and we're looking good at 106. 106,
yeah.
They said defense doesn't exist in the second half.
That's been like that for a lot of games so far in the tournament. There was a game the other day. I forgot which one it was. Was it Dayton? One of the games was way under in the first half, and then they came in the second night, and I was sitting on an under, and I was feeling really good about it. And then they come out there and scored 90 points, I think, 85, 90 points in the second half, and cruised to the over, and it was like sweat-free over. And I was thinking to myself, man, my under looked great until 5 minutes ago.
See, and that's
Good
one thing
miss.
that I've noticed a lot this year too. Is like if there's like super low scoring first halves, the second half runs it up, or
Right.
the opposite. If there's a super high scoring first half where they put up 85 to 95 points in that first half, besides the few exceptions, the second half you typically see 62 or lower.
Yep. Yeah, I definitely see the zigzag, right? There's a couple of overs and unders that have cashed. Second half tickets, surprisingly too, when the number's that low against what it should be as far as the result, you got to take that over. If it's an under in the first half, you pop that over in the second half. You can kind of middle it in itself.
You can.
The Houston game was a good example today. The first half total was, I want to say 63.5, which Houston has been, historically an under team for these first halves, but it seems like the last month or so, they've been starting to slide a little bit more to the over. They had some numbers that were lined at 56, 57, 58. I saw the 63.5, and I was like, yep, I'll take that under all day. And then they put up 44 points in the first half. So it was the epitome of sweat-free. They came out that second half. They covered the over. I think it was 62 or something like that. And they ended up with 61.5, I think it was, and they got 62. So you could definitely break the game down that way and find an opportunity with first half, second half totals, especially this time of year with the tournaments coming up here. It's going to be great for live betting. Speaking of,
Call that the tale of the two halves system.
yeah. All right, we got North Texas is back on the board.
They put up another 2. They got 4.
Yeah, Leonard's saying that tale of two halves. Yeah, does work great in football.
But I don't know. Maybe it's just because I've been paying extremely close attention to the correlation between first half scores and totals for the full game compared to years past. But I don't know. Specifically this year, maybe it's just because I'm paying attention. I've noticed that a lot. 28-28 in that Texas Southern Alabama A&M game. I know you said you had something on that.
Yeah, I ended up with the Texas Southern side of things. I took the money line, so I did pay a little bit of juice on that. Let's see what that looks like live. Second half number. -2 at -115. The money line's -180. So I definitely got the right number on that thing, but I'm already in on it. So I do like Texas Southern -2. Second half seems like they were up pretty good, and then they kind of let Alabama A&M get back into it. So hopefully we see them come out early here. And I don't even want to say it. Every time we say it, it goes the opposite direction. So
Do you remember that 2-team money line that I had together last night as like my third pick for my posted plays?
Oh yeah. It was at Utah Valley and
Yeah, it was Utah Tech and SUU, and man,
Yeah.
was that a fucking sweat to end the game. I don't know what it was. I was like, man, I'm literally gonna reverse sweep here 2 out of the last 3 days. If I thought SUU was gonna give the game away.
man, we had a couple of rough days there early in this week too. That was the same deal. It was like getting hooked, getting half points, getting reverse swept. Those are never the spots you want to be, right? Those do not feel good at all.
Man, I'm laying down, going to bed, and I just can't fall asleep. I'm looking up, staring at the ceiling, like, man, what can I do differently? I'm trying to like the brain doesn't stop thinking about what you could do differently.
Just keep firing, right?
Yeah,
Just keep flying through it.
Just keep fire. Like that's what I'm saying. Like I put my posted plays out today. I got units on every one of those. I got a little third of a unit parlay, and then everything else, I'm just gonna half unit fire away and just slam through this cold streak.
I didn't even get a pimp slap play out there today. I think I got a 3-0 run on it, but I haven't committed to anything yet for an official pimp slap play. I really want to keep the streak going here, and I was tempted to go.
Nothing in this 4 o'clock slate. I know you said you really like that 4 o'clock slate, or the 7 for you.
Yeah. I was just thinking 4 o'clock. Shit.
No, the 7 for you though.
As much as I like the entire board, there's not one particular play that jumps out at me more than any other at this point. So I'm sure I'll change my opinion here as we progress through the day. I'm sure I'll find something that seems like when I get those plays that are at 8, 9, 10 o'clock my time, that I have a better track record with those. Maybe because I sit and I look at them all day, that I feel like I can pick that spot a little bit tighter than them trying to jam into that 7 o'clock window.
What was that trend? What was that trend where the lower team ranked is favored? I know it. I know it's like on the home court, and this is a neutral court, so it doesn't fit the same schematics. But they got Creighton as a 3.5 point favorite over an Xavier. And I mean, I know Xavier just played that game against DePaul, but Creighton just played that tough game against Villanova last night. I know it really wasn't a sweat for them to win the game outright, but it was a really high scoring second half, and they really pushed the pace.
I was just pulling up some trends here as well as you're talking about it, but it's funny how there's like fear to commit to a trend on that particular game. There's nothing that's
for Creighton Xavier.
Yeah, I don't see anything at all that jumps out as far as courts or head-to-heads.
It's just the neutral side. Did they play once or twice this year?
Good question. Let's take a look. Working on it.
Sounds good. I'm gonna go pop over to Twitter and see if we can't get a little quoted tweet on our live stream here.
Oh, they played twice. They split the series. 90-87, Xavier won at home. And then Creighton came back 2 weeks later at home and won 84-67. So, wow, two completely different games there. One blowout over and in a tight game, and the other one was a blowout under in a not so tight game.
That makes it just as tough to cap, because at that point you might as well throw them both out. What are you going to get?
Right. I could see points in that game.
It's 152.5.
I mean, the books are suggesting there's going to be points in that game, right? So,
yeah,
I'm looking at it. I see. Whoops.
Maybe a first half under. Maybe it follows the same exact. I hate to say the word script in this game because I'm not saying that the game is scripted in this way. However, maybe it follows the same game plan or game layout as that game last night. First half under, second half over.
I gotta think.
Sounds good. All right, well, we're going to pop back into the Tennessee-Missouri game that we are actually covering. We got 9:50 left in the first quarter. I'm showing a score 16-11. I am currently on the under 140.5. I think Mike did trail that as well. And Mike has Missouri +6 for the full game. 9:50 left in the first, 16-11. Let's turn on the game cast here. Yep, Golston made a layup, 16-11. So that's 27 points through the first 10 minutes. And I believe we would be, it'd be like 35. So we are still tracking to that under. And let's see, Leonard, what are you saying? UConn is on a mission since their little slide. Oh, okay. You know what? Let's take a look at that UConn game. We can do a little quick breakdown. So, like, when I do my college basketball breakdowns, I do an Excel spreadsheet. So I do an Excel spreadsheet, and I'll do like an estimated line. So I'll make my own line, and I'll compare my line to the book's line, and then I'll find games that are interesting to me based off of what I have versus what the book is giving, and then I'll try to find matchups that way. So I'm not necessarily looking at every single game on the board and saying, "Oh, I like this. Ooh, I like this. Ooh, I like this matchup." I go and I create my own line. I see, oh, what has value, and then I'll look at the value lines, and then I'll do the breakdowns of those games. So there's quite a lot of games on the board where I haven't even looked at. Like I know what the spread is, I know what my line is, but I haven't necessarily looked at the game breakdown itself. So let's go ahead and do UConn and Marquette, just for fun. And I will also pop this in here. Let me just pull up. And I love to use Action. I love to use Action Network because it gives you the last five. And I know, matchups from like 2-3 years ago, the team isn't the same. I understand that, but I love to see like how teams play against each other historically. So I love that you can see the last 5 games that each team has played individually. And then I love the fact that you can see the last 5 matchups combined. That's very interesting to me, and I love getting that all in one spot. And then it also gives you their last 10 overs, unders, how they've matched up on the season, ATS and not. I'm doing a little breakdown for the UConn and Marquette game.
Nice.
I was just I was just going over how I cap college basketball. Like, I don't necessarily I don't go over the board and look at every single game being played and see, oh, well, this matchup looks interesting. This matchup looks interesting. Like, I start my capping by going to cover sheets, grabbing all the information for every matchup, creating my own line versus the book's line, and then I find the matchups that have the most value and then look at those games. So there's a lot of games, like there could be a big game with big matchups that has lots of bets that I saw no value in my system, and I never even looked at the game.
I know everybody does it a little different too, right? I do love those cover sheet details, though. Being able to see as much data as you can. There's certain, I kind of like to look at the card first and see what do I like, period, right? And then like that Houston first half under. That's a spot that has had cash for a while for me. And then to see it in play and see the number at 63.5, I'm like, okay, I don't need to do much more analysis than that. I know the numbers where I want it to be. It's about a 6-point variance from where it typically has been. And they've been just missing by a half a point or a point. So, you see it enough, you do it enough, the numbers kind of stand out on themselves. But, it's definitely nice to have, I get the whole trend breakdown. I get the analysis going with some of the trends that I've run. So they'll jump out at me as well. And then kind of you put the whole formula together, right? Come up with the best spots.
And that's the one thing that I love about the community, at least the community that we're a part of, is, it's not so much, comparing who's better and bragging about, oh, well, you lost and I won. It's more about, everyone's coming together. Even if you're not on the same side, you don't see something the same way. It's all about trying to get everyone to win.
Hey, I'm gonna need a few minutes here. I'll be back in just a few. I'm sorry to do this right now.
You're all good, man. Go ahead. But yeah, no, that is one thing that I do find valuable in with Dave and his crew, ESB and their crew, PSR. Everyone is so supportive of each other. And that's one thing that I definitely value because, anyone on any given day can find or cap some great games. Anyone could go 5-0. Anyone could go 0-5. Anyone could get beat by a hook. Anyone could win by a hook. I think it's good to find people who challenge you to think or see things a little bit different or, outside of your perspective, because that's the only way that you're going to grow and learn, especially in this business. Because if you just see and take things the way that you see things or the way that you perceive them, any person at any given time is going to have ups and downs. I'm in the midst of a downtrend right now. 3 out of my last 4 days have been losing days. I had a reverse sweep. I went 0-3, lost 3.3 units. I had 2 other days where I'm 1-2, negative 1.2, negative 1.1 units. I had one day where I was 3-2 with a plus 0.85 units in there. But typically in a business where every single day you start 0-0, it's so important to be able to have people around you or people that you can not necessarily confide in, but people that challenge you to think differently and try to work to be better. Because at the end of the day, you could be 5-0 yesterday, up 5 units. Today you're 0-0 and you didn't win shit. So what do you got to do? You got to put in the same exact work that you put in yesterday, that you had to put in the day before and the day before that. So that's one thing that I love about this business also is it's never done, or it not only is it never done, but you can change things like that. I'm not the biggest believer in, get rich quick schemes or anything like that, because, you got to live to play another day, especially in sports betting. And it's all about maintaining your bankroll. But you can really change your life in one night with this. And you can't say that about much anything else. But you could really change your life drastically one way or in another. Sorry to go on that little tangent, Leonard. But yeah, so looking at the UConn and Marquette breakdown, I'm pulling up their last 5-5 heads up right now. And it looks like these boys just played each other about a month ago on the 7th of February in UConn. UConn was 4.5-point favorites, and they won by 15. The total was at 148, and that went over 87-72. Looking at the matchup today, I'm sure you're already well aware of it. But UConn, again, 4.5-point favorites. Total right there again. Not 148, 147.5. Man, looking at the last 5 head-to-head, the last 5 has all went over. The last 5 games, 5-0 to the over. UConn individually, they're 2 and 3 to the under. The last 3 games have all went under against Providence, Villanova, and DePaul. Under 143.5, 138.5, and 147.5. Whereas Marquette, let's see here, they are also 2 and 3 to the under, but it looks like everything's been sandwiched. They've went under, over, under, over, under. They've had totals set as high as 162.5, as low as 141.5. Both of those they did go under. They went over 161.5 though, and 152.5 against DePaul. They did place St. John's back-to-back on the 3rd and the 9th. They did split the total. They went over 161.5, under 162.5. When we look at their totals and their record on the totals, UConn's 18-14 to the over. Marquette is 17-15 to the over. But in their last 10, both teams respectively are 4-6 to the under. Marquette is 3-5 as a dog to the under, while UConn is 17-13 as the favorite to the over. And that about does it there. And let's see, that was great stuff. I appreciate that, Leonard. And it's one big ramble, not a ramble, but that's just me speaking from the heart. That's me speaking, truthfully, unapologetically. And, that's just how I truly feel, especially in this business. You got to find people that you trust. You got to find people that you can confide in, or not confide in, but you got to find people who are going to celebrate your wins with you, because you got to celebrate those wins, just like you gotta face the losses. You face the losses, you move on, and you keep going to the next day. That's why you got to live to play another day. But I don't think there's anything quite like sports betting. There isn't anything quite like sports betting other than maybe the lottery. But how can you really study the lottery, or how can you pick? You know what I'm saying? There isn't anything that you can study and put your mind and your mental and your heart into it, to try to not only profit, but create content around and create entertainment and find groups of people that like to do the same things as you. I really appreciate finding people that have common interests, that have the same mentality as me, and that like to just do the same sort of things. And 10 out of 10 times, I will always find time to talk about these sort of things or chat with somebody about sports, because at the end of the day, I'm only 26 years old. I've been betting sports since I was 12 years old. I have the luxury of actually living in Las Vegas. So, when I was 12 years old, I'd go over to my buddy's house. We'd, spend the weekend there, because our brothers played on the same travel baseball team together. So, we'd go to Red Rock for breakfast in the morning. We'd sit at the food court. His dad would come over, bring us a little parlay slips. I'd save my lunch money every week, right? I'd save $10 out of my lunch money. I'd bet $5 on a Saturday, $5 on a Sunday for college football and college football and NFL. And then later into college basketball. And that's how I got started into it. My buddy's dad taking us to the Red Rock. We'd get some breakfast. We'd sit at the food court. He'd bring us some parlay cards, and we'd fill them out. And I won my first parlay. Like the third week of the season, it was like $5 to win like $80 or something like that, and it clicked for me. And I had already loved and enjoyed football and sports at that point in my life. You're a 12-year-old kid that you're out in the streets playing with your friends. That's what you like to do. That's what interests you. But I got to see it in a different light. And me and my friends have always talked about it. Like I say, my friends, the friends that I was with during that time, we're still very close to this day. And at any point in time, like I'll go over to his house any Sunday and watch NFL. My buddy Moxie, that we did do our college football show for Better's Bets, the channel that we're on now. We started betting young, and that it's just grown from there. And I've learned a lot, especially in college football and college basketball. But off the tangent, back to the actual games that we're betting here. We got Tennessee and Missouri. There's 5 minutes, 12 seconds left in the first half. We got a ball game now. Missouri reeled them in here. It's 25-23. We're sitting at 48 points with 4:56 left in the first half, and we do have that total at 140.5. And I know Mike M. Pimp Slap play of the day. He's not on cam right now, but he does have them plus the 6 for the full game. And let's just do some quick math here on our calculator. I know it was 3.52 points per minute is what got us to the 141 that would beat us. So if we do that and we times that by 15, 52 points, and they're at 48 points. So they're just below that mark. So we still are on pace for the under, but we do need to slow the scoring down a little bit. It does look like in the past that past 6 minutes they played there, they did up the scoring. Let's see, what's your method? Okay. So because you work your Monday to Friday, that doesn't leave you time to actually track the numbers. So you keep track of cappers. So you cap cappers. That's very interesting. I end up with around 7 or 8 spots written down, and because the lines move, I'm always waiting for that better line live in game. Okay, so you'll find spots that correlate to what other cappers has said. If you can find that spot or something better than the spot they got in game. That's very interesting. Ooh, how's this Ohio State and Michigan State game looking? We got 42-34 game. Ohio State is up by 8 with 14:30 left in the second half. The game is at 76 points, and I believe I'm on the under 137.5. I'd love to see. I'd love to be under 100 points at the 10-minute mark. I would love to be under the under 100 points at the 10-minute mark in this game. I'd feel a lot safer. Okay. So if I got a -2, you get home from work, game's about to tip, it's -3.5. You won't take it. You'll try to find a -2 or something potentially even better in game. That's not a bad spot at all, especially if you can find a bunch of cappers who are really on their shit. You can find you don't have to do any of the work. That's really great. I mean, you are doing your own work. I mean, you're tracking other cappers and how they perform. But no, that's a good way to get it done, especially, having to take care of your job. I mean, luckily enough, I'm able to work part-time and still pay all my stuff. I work at a coffee shop here in Vegas, so I don't really have to. I can make time Like this, I spend just as much time on this, if not more, than time I spend at work per week. And let's play this out, man.
That's what I'm talking about. This shit means something to me, man.
It means something to me, man. I really love it. I really love it. But let's see here. Cincinnati and Temple is another game that I really didn't look at, but I really thought Cincinnati money line, and I didn't even look at the number. Cincinnati by 5, so I'm sure they were somewhere around minus 220 to 240. But I feel like because it's no matter what in the American, it's always Cincinnati, it's always Houston, it's always Memphis. Who else could we get in there? And you know what? I will say this. I have been super lazy as far as this conference tournament goes, because typically or normally I would get the actual bracket and like mock do the bracket. I haven't even done that this year. I've been so lazy with doing the actual brackets this year, and I know that is the reason why my March record right now is negative. I know it is, because I've been spending too much time actually doing the breakdowns of each individual game and not thinking at the bigger picture and looking ahead a little bit, even though it's not always the best to look ahead, can help you in the current situation if you do look ahead a little bit. Let's see. Blindly trailing guys I trust is good for 50% win rate, but after years of doing that, I've realized I could have won a lot more either passing on wire-to-wire losses or just catching a slightly better number. That's 100%. I really agree with you, Leonard. And that's one thing I feel like, at least because this is the first year I've actually tracked my college basketball record for the full season, rather than just. I mean, I never really tracked. I just placed my bets and watched my bankroll grow. And what's crazy is, right now this season I'm hitting that 57.5% is what it comes out to. And what am I up exactly on units? Yeah, 57.5%, and I'm up 32.07 units. Now I'm in college basketball. I'm only playing $22 a game. But NFL and college football, I play $55 a game. And don't get me wrong, there's definitely spots where I'll put $50 or $100 on a game if I really like it. I don't necessarily on my Twitter do I go and I say, oh, I'm putting a 4-unit play out there, or I'm putting a 2-unit play, even though going into the future I should do that, because there's a lot of spots that other cappers use to be like, oh, well, if I'm making this a 3-unit play, my 3-unit plays this year are such and such, and tracking their records that way. With this just being the first year that I'm tracking my record, I didn't want to confuse myself all around. I thought it'd be easier to be like, hey, these are all my bets, these are all 1.1 units to win one, and let's fire away. Even though me personally, I'm doing something different in my bankroll compared to what I'm putting out on Twitter. The numbers still on Twitter are what they are. That's what it would be with 1.1 to win one, and that's what it is. The downfall is I do miss out the wire-to-wire blowout wins, but we all know those aren't the norm. Yeah, no, definitely not the norm. I feel like if you were to have, let's say 100 games, 100 games, and you're going to have wire-to-wire wins and wire-to-wire blowout, or wire-to-wire blowout wins to wire-to-wire slim losses, I would say, it's 70 to 30, 75 to 25 on that to your blowout win compared to that close loss. But let's get back into the Tennessee Missouri game. Is tied at 25 up. We're at 50 points, 2:49 left. Mike's he didn't have a first half bet. He had the full game Missouri +6, but his full game +6 is looking pretty good, especially with Missouri reeling him back in here. What was the biggest lead in this game? Let me pull that up. 25, 18 to 18. So it looks like 16 to 9 was the biggest lead. So I guess it really never got out of hand. We definitely should have taken North Texas plus the 16 and a half. And you know what? With that game being a 1.5 point line, and Mike himself said he had it capped to be a close game. It should have been a close game. I just wasn't ready to be in the spot to take a team that had scored 2 points in 10 minutes and it was shooting 5% from the field. I didn't know. I thought that game I thought it could have went either way at that point. They could have got blown out by 30 and they could have reeled it back in. You didn't have eyes on the game. See, I didn't personally have any eyes on the game before tip off, but talking with Mike and just this Tennessee Missouri game, tip had got pushed by about 30 minutes. We were just finding stuff to talk about. Center could have broken an ankle. You know what? Anything could have happened. When you're down 20 when you're down 20 points in the first 10 minutes of a ball game, they could have just started going and jacking up threes and missing and going cold, and just the lead could have just kept extending and extending, and before you know it, you're just out of it. But what is that line? I'm going to pull that up on my book. Let's see here. 16 and a half is what we could have got. It was juiced to minus 115 when I last looked. Let me pull up the game by itself. And 16 to 9, the biggest lead in this game was 7 points, and now Missouri's up 2, so that's very interesting. It's a 6.5 points at minus 118. Still getting juice, but it's 10 points better. 35-28. Wow. They were able to. It was 22-20 with 10 minutes left. 22-20 with 10 minutes left. They were able to hold them to 13 points in that second half, 10 minutes, or the second half of the 10 minutes of the first half. And then what they put up? 26. So the 26-13, they outscored them by 13 in that final 10 minutes of the first half. 3-ball out of Tennessee right there brings them back up 1. Under a minute to go. You got 57 seconds left in the first half. And I wish I would have wrote down what that first half total was, because I got 140.5 for the full game. And 141 beats us divided by 2, 70.5. And what are we at? 28-27. So we're at 55 points. We're trending under to the nicely very well. I don't want to see a huge scoring second half like I got busted in the Villanova game last night. North Texas cuts it down to 7 after being down 20. Yeah, it is pretty impressive. I mean, they just doing some quick math there. In the final 10 minutes of that first half, they did outscore. They did outscore them 26-13. So not a bad start, or not a bad end to the first half, but a horrific start. If Mike was here, I feel like he would have got a better number than 6.5. I feel like we would have been. It wouldn't have been me just talking and ranting. I feel like we would have been looking more in depth at games going on, which I should be doing right now, even though I'm by myself. I should be looking at in-game spots. But I like talking out my feelings as well. I feel very passionately about this business, and I love talking the bullshit. Ooh, 77. Or no, sorry. What the hell? I is not correct at all. 57 points, Temple Cincinnati first half. Cincinnati first half is going to cash, it looks like. I mean, let's hold our breaths. Nothing's cash until clocks hit 0. 46-39. Ohio State pulling away. Well, Michigan State has cut into the lead second half by 2. It's 15-13. They scored 28 points in the first 10 minutes. We are very well tracking the under in this first half, or in the full game. I was able to secure the 137.5. Let's do some quick math here in the final 10 minutes of that game. So we're at 46-39. Ooh, 46 plus 39 puts us at 85. What beats us? 138? Yeah. I believe it's 138 that beats us, minus 138. So we need 53 points in the final 10 minutes. Not to say that it isn't impossible, because anything is possible in this sport. However, 5.3 points per minute. I like the way we're tracking. Man, if Mike was here and he would take that plus 6.5, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to do it. I'm going to take the 6.5. Juice fell a little bit. I got 6.5 minus 115. Let's do it now. Let's go. Half unit. North plus 6.5 minus 115. Let's go. You don't got to jump on that with me, Leonard, whatsoever. But I like the look. I like the look. North, Mike had it capped, a close game. He's got him plus 1.5. I'm going to get 5 points better without teasing. Let's just do it. Fuck it. We got nothing to lose. We're already on we got a half unit to lose, but we're going to just start firing away today. We're not going to think twice. We're going to get through this little slump, and we're going to keep it pushing. 15 seconds left in the first half. In this Tennessee-Missouri game, tied 30 up. Tennessee smacks a 3-ball with 1 second left. 33-30 Tennessee, which I believe the first half was 3.5. So is Missouri covering that first half? Yeah. Yeah, they are. All right. Yep. I see 3s and 3.5. So some people push, some people got beat by the hook. There we go. What's up, Mike?
Yo, that took a lot longer than I fucking expected.
Oh, don't worry about it, man. I just been talking to a couple people in chat, and I've been ranting my little heart out. I'm not really ranting, but just talking about this business and how I feel about it.
Just busting it down for everybody.
Oh yeah, but hey, I fucking jumped on North Texas, bro.
7-point game at halftime. Let's go.
Yeah. I got him at plus 6.5.
Nice.
I took the plus 6.5, and I said if it's good enough for Mike, I'm at 1.5. Fuck it, let's go.
Oh, dude, that was a lot longer than I expected. Sorry about that.
Oh, dude, it's all good. This was a last second. I got nothing to do. I didn't see anyone else streaming. Let's do something. I wish
we got some snow outside though, and it's messing some of my shit up. So I had a contractor buddy of mine to help me out with some things outside, but okay. It's kind of like, oh, I'll be by, and then he shows up. What are you gonna do?
Your Missouri first half, or your Missouri plus 6 was looking fantastic. They were up for a little while. 30.
Yeah, I see it's 3 at the half. I'll take that. I'll split the 6 and take a 3 at the half. We can come out the second half and jump in there.
Oh yeah,
I kind of like Toledo at minus 5.5. Toledo has just been abusing everybody, and I see that one's coming up here in a half an hour. So I may have to.
Do you like Toledo by the points, or were you looking at the total?
I think I like the points. I mean, it's 82% of the bets, 79% of the money, sticking at 5.5. If I was going to take the total, I would take the under. 163.5
is a lot. That's why I asked the question.
I mean, MAC schools, when they're over 150, at least pre this tournament, when they were over 150, I think it was like 1-12 to the under. So They weren't scoring when they were supposed to be scoring, but Toledo's last 5 games, they scored 84 points, they scored 101 points, they scored 99 points, they scored 87 points, and they got 91 points. I mean, it's and then the other side of things, Ohio's last 2 games, they scored 90, they scored 92, then they were on a 75, a 68, and a 77. So the last couple of games, they've been just dominating the overs and the points, but I think I might.
That could be a spot. That could be a spot to fade the total too, because in a semifinal game, you would think they would try to D up somewhat more.
Biggest trend on the board today is 16 win in a row for the Toledo Rockets. It's a money line trend though, so it's not.
On the money line at 5.5, what is it? 250?
Yeah, it's minus 240. I see here. But that kind of gives me the confidence on the 5.5.
Yeah.
5 first half wins in a row for the Rockets as well.
5 first half wins. Okay, so then that first half, is it 2 or 2.5? Or maybe even 3.
I see 5.5 for Toledo, and I see 2.5s are juiced at minus 115, and I see 3s at minus 110. So
okay. Are we looking to take a spot on it? Because I'll hop in some fucking MAC semifinal action.
Yeah, I'm going to take the first half in the full game.
First half. So you're taking the 2.5? Are you taking the 2.5 or the 3 in the first half?
I'm going to see what this book has. This one's got 2.5. I'm going to take the 2.5.
Okay.
Or lay the 2.5, I should say. Oh, geez, it just moved to 3.5. What, are they listening to me?
They got the mic turned on for you.
Watch.
I'm going to tell you what I see on my book, actually.
It's juiced to the plus 3.5 now. So that
first half, I got Toledo minus 2.5, juice to 115. I'm gonna go for it.
Let me pop on this other book here and see. This is a tough time of year for, I was listening to a couple of shows earlier today, and what these guys pick, and who they like and how they like it. I even heard our guy Ian today on it too. It's like overs, and they're over guys, and then they see a game, they're not sure, and it's coin flip, and it's over. It's like, you've seen teams enough so long throughout the season that sometimes your instinct takes over more than the cap, if that makes sense. And in this case here with Toledo, my instinct says Toledo's going to beat these boys up.
If Mike M's instincts are saying anything, hey, let me ask you this. Do your instincts tell you enough to make it a pimp slap?
No.
Okay.
I mean, I'm very happy to have a 3-game winning streak going with the pimp slap, and I think we'll get one tonight. I just don't think that's going to be the one. I think that's going to be, it's funny because we go on these streams and stuff, right? And plays galore. How do you like one more than any other? But in this case, I think with when it comes to that pimp slap, there'll be some days where I don't have one at all, and I'm not that guy because I'm the guy that looks at it and says, how can you not come up with a play on the entire card, right? Like you've got the entire card to work with. You can't come up with something, but is it something that I like enough to say, this is the guy? I don't know if that makes sense or not.
No. That 100% makes sense, because it's like, that's something that you take as like, you want to give out as, I'm not going to say a lock or a for sure winner, but you want that to be like what you're known for, giving out winners, right? So why just,
sure.
I
just toss it out there to toss it out there.
Exactly. Or like, why toss out your pimp slap play of the day on a feeling, right? You want it to be backed by a bunch of different angles.
Some dick hit me a couple months ago, and I had I had a run where I think I had like 14 or 15 straight MLB games, right? Just couldn't miss in the MLB, literally. And then I transitioned and I started doing like 4 or 5 plays in a row. It was football season, basketball, hockey was going. There was enough to do 4 or 5 plays. And I was going like 3 and 2 and 2 and 3. I mean, it was basically just getting juiced out. There wasn't enough of a consistent streak. And some asshole posted something like, I liked it better when you just gave out one winner instead of all these mediocre 500 plays or something like that. I was like, you fucking dick.
Oh,
don't take my place then. Stop following me. You know, it's a guy that doesn't like it either. Scumbag.
But the button's right there, dude.
Yeah.
Oh, we got a little UAB North Texas action in the second half. Kicked off. Looks like it's 3-3.
Man, when it was 22-2 or whatever the score was.
16 and a half. Oh, Leonard came in. He said we should have took that 16 and a half. Definitely.
Oh, yeah. You know, it's funny because I see some.
Oh, go ahead.
I was going to say, speaking of, you know, how some guys will cap and stuff, like I see a lot of guys will come in with the plan to take it live. And I have a buddy that won't touch anything pregame. He only takes it live. And I always struggle with that because I guess I look at the live, and my theory with the live is it's either an opportunity for me to, if I'm winning the bet, maybe I won't take it. Or I'm not a big middle guy, but if I can catch enough points on the other side, I'll go for it. But I see some guys will come in, they don't even want to take a pregame play. This is what's going to happen, and this is how I'm going to play it. And I think, man, you're missing the boat. What if it goes the other way? And it's a blowout right away?
What if it doesn't happen?
Right.
That's all right. So we are looking A-OK in the Ohio State Michigan total under. It's 56-46 with 5:42 left. So what is that? 102.
Yeah. By the numbers. And what was the number you got?
138. 138 beats me. I got 137 and a half. So let's see. 138 minus 102.
There it is. I see it on the ticker. I see it on their scroll bar.
There we go. Divided by 5.5 minutes left in the game. They got to put up 6.5 points per minute to beat me in this game, which is 100% doable. You know, fouls start coming into play. You can get a lot of points scored quickly with no time.
Kind of want to take that first half over in the Toledo game as well.
Do you?
I don't know that I'll do that.
What's that first half total going to be at? 163.5. I'd assume 79.5.
It's 77 right now.
Oh, 77, really? And I just looked at the first half, but I didn't look at the total. I only looked at because I put in Toledo first half minus 2.5. Let's see, first half. I got 76.5 first half, which means they are accounting for how many points in the second?
76 is a good number. I see 77s and 78.5s.
78.5.
What the fuck?
Yeah, so I love using Boyd. I will use Boyd like more than any other book. I don't know why. Like they're based in Europe, and I feel like a lot of the times their lines are like you get better odds in your favor. Not every time, but I'd say like 75-80% of the time you're getting a better number. UAB is just slapping North Texas around now. 42.
What number did you catch that live?
6.5. All right, let's see here. So
I hate to have a triple on shit game like Toledo, but I guess I am. I guess we are where we are.
You're tripling up.
Yeah, so I took the minus. I got -3. I couldn't get to 2.5. I got a 3 for the first half for Toledo. I took Toledo -5.5, and I took the first half over 77 is the number I got. I couldn't get 76.5.
And it's one. What's the?
So all of a sudden that became a big game.
163.
Just like that. Just as we're talking about it.
Yeah. Little Mac semifinal action. You know, 2:00 Pacific, 5:00 Eastern. And I know you said you like those 5:00. What is it? It bridges you. Build your bridge over to your winners tonight.
That's fucking right. Get me moving in the right direction, or give me.
So the way they have that total set up, 76.5 is what I have first half. You have 77, 78.
77. So I mean, I see 78s and 78.5s.
So I use 77. 77. I show the full game 162.5. I've seen other books 163.5. So I used 163. That means if they got a 77-point first half, they're expecting an 86-point second half.
Yep. That to me feels like it's that spot where we see it trending to the over in the first half, and then the second half goes under. I don't know that to be the case. Obviously,
that's what I was thinking. That's where my thinking was leading me towards.
Like there's not enough points in that. Usually, if you split that number in half, right, you're at 81 for the first half, give or take 82, depending on the number that you're looking at. That's going to give you the halfway point, right? So we're 5 or 6 points
do
better
like
than
4.
That.
They typically do like 4 or 5 points more in the second half, but 9.
Yeah,
that's very interesting. But that also kind of makes me think partially that the second half goes under and the first half goes under and the second half is just ridiculous scoring.
I took the 77 and it was minus 115 and it just instantly went to minus 120 on the under.
Did you really? You yourself moved the line right there.
I moved it the wrong way though. It went against me. They saw my action and they were like, "Oh boy, take the under, get the under going. This guy's gonna."
What do you think about a little cheeky Toledo team total? We can really fucking full send this game.
I was thinking about that too. I was looking at the number, thinking, what do I see here? But
what do you see?
84.5 is the number. To me, I'd rather take the 5.5 in case it does get that low scoring. And I see it's juiced to the under 84.5 and under 79.5. So I bet you the first half goes over and the full game is going to end up going under the number. That's going to be my projection. Now, Toledo in the first half is 39.5 points, and that's juiced to the over. So do we see Toledo get 40 in the first half? Look, they were scored 90 and 100 last 5 games.
Probably.
I don't think that's out of line.
Yeah. And also, so that's interesting that you say that because your juice to the under on the team total, mine's the opposite way. I got 83.5 juice to the over minus 120. And then,
see, my team total is 84.5, so that's the extra point. So
yeah.
I'm taking that first half team total over 39.5 as well.
All right. That's what we're doing. First half team total. 39.5 minus 110. 39.5 minus 110.
Yeah.
Let's do it. We're fucking full sending the MAC semifinal, Ohio Toledo. Let's do it.
They're gonna be like, there's 2 guys that have put ridiculous. What do these 2 guys know that they're making the same bets at the same time, and they're in different parts of the country? That's great.
Toledo team total first half over 39.5 minus 110. Let's go.
See, a good indicator. My local book, they just take less caution, right? They're more cautious, I should say. So they've got the Toledo first half at 40.5. So, and it's juiced to the under. So the fact that they've got the extra point on there and they're shading it to the under tells me they're scared about that number going over.
Yeah, I really like that look. And then maybe, just maybe, we can find the score high enough in the first half where we can in-game a good line to the under for the total game. If I'm gonna write down that 163.5 here, and if we can find something like ridiculously above that and take the under, maybe we just fucking 5-way this game.
The fucking bankroll blowout play of the day happens to be at 5:00 Eastern on Toledo, Ohio, of all spots.
Of all spots, that would be ridiculous. But
you know what though? That's what you want is some high-scoring teams. If you're gonna take chances, take it on some teams that score points.
And that's what, when you were gone and I was just by myself and I was having my little rant. That was what I was talking about. Like, what other business can you change your life in one night other than maybe the lottery?
Yeah. drug dealing and the lottery are probably the only two spots outside of gambling that, and really only only one of them.
But
seems
sports
to be
betting specifically, because I mean, you can go to a table game and play a system, and work. The odds are always in the casino's favored. Besides,
Sure.
you playing your number on the pass line.
Right.
But other than that, you don't find many spots where you hold the edge. Whereas in sports betting, you can hold the edge a lot. You can find a lot of value. All right, so
I'm trying to put together a little parlay here while we're talking about it and making plays. It gets me excited. I see this number move. They are listening to us because the number moved in that Calgary game to 6 now on a couple of my books from the 6.5. So
okay,
I don't like that.
Nick was talking about the total over last night
for the Calgary game.
Yeah. I know you don't really care about what other people are betting. I think about it because I don't really cap hockey that much.
So this is that time we talked about it a little bit the other night when we were talking about why the Sabres are a fade spot, and this is the time of year where you've got a Calgary Flames team that is very much in the thick of it, playing a shitbag Anaheim Mighty Ducks team, right? Anaheim Ducks, and you got a line that's minus 400. Now, I know the players don't know the line's minus 400, but I bet you some of them do. Hockey's got a bunch of degenerate gamblers in it, so they're going to know that they're laying minus 4. They're going to be checked out of this game. Is there enough reason or incentive for Calgary to go out there and have a goal explosion and take it serious? No. What you're going to see happen is Anaheim Ducks might look at it and say, you know what, I'm playing for contract points. I'm playing for shots on goal. I'm playing for getting the hell out of Anaheim, whatever it is that they want to do. Now, can they go out there and score 2 goals? If they score 2, does that get Calgary fired up and motivated enough to get back on track? If they score early enough, it does. But I think with regards to that game itself and why I look at that under, I think Calgary knows that they can go out there and win this thing 3-1. And they're not going to push pace. They're probably not going to take a lot of chances. They're not trying to get hurt in this game to screw up what they've got going on for the postseason. And, from that perspective, I think it does lean to an under spot for me. That being said, the number moved from 6.5 to 6. So they're probably getting action on that 6.5 under enough to move it to 6. And I think that's a tough spot this time of year. This time of year is different though than a lot, right? Because there's stuff riding on it for teams that maybe other teams don't have. And so it's a little different. I know they create their models and they project their scores on what it should be. I guess I read more of the numbers. I look more at the lines. I look more at what the numbers are telling you. Should any team be a minus 400? Probably not. But, Calgary has lost as a home favorite following an overtime game. They've lost 7 in a row. So after overtime, as a home favorite at a minus 400, they're in an 0-7 spot tonight. Take the Ducks in a situation like that. But the Ducks, Calgary Flames have failed to cover the puck line as a home favorite 7 in a row as well. So there's a.
I was just about to say, what about the puck line for the Ducks? That is it 1.5?
1.5 is plus 130. It's not a terrible look either, but like I said, if it's a 3-1 game and it's just enough for Calgary to win the damn thing, do they get into a contested battle with the Ducks? I don't know. What you would want to see in that spot is overtime, I would think. Because the chances are the Ducks aren't going to come out there and blow them open 5-4 or 5-3. Again, everything kind of points to the under for me when I look at stuff like that. So,
gotcha.
Not so much the model as much as, I see these trends, I see these numbers, I see what the line's doing, and I'm looking at it thinking, do they want it or not? Do they want it as much as I want this Toledo game? Probably not.
Yeah, probably not. Only because surprisingly enough, we got a lot riding on a Toledo game.
Toledo game early.
I'll take that Toledo game, bro. I wanted to find a game today that I had no intention of betting and just riding it, which I thought for half a second it was going to be the UAB North Texas game when I took the 6.5 right there. And no, they're losing by 7 in the second half. They're down 14, but the Ohio Toledo game looks like the spot because I'm in on Toledo first half minus 2.5, full game minus 5.5, team total first half over 39.5. and I'm looking for an in-game spot to take the under total full game.
I see the numbers moving down too. This book had it at 163. It's at 162.5 now. So totals are coming down.
Any chance you could do a little money breakdown on that game?
Yeah. Now, let me rip her open here. For the Toledo game that we're already heavily invested in.
That we're already in on it. Yeah.
I don't want to sway you the other way with these numbers. So we got -5.5. It's where it opened. That's the best odds that are out there. That's kind of like the current number across the board. 80% of the bets and 76% of the money are on that Toledo -5.5 spot. So, take that for what it's worth. We've got the number at 162.5. Looks to be pretty consistent. 53% of the bets on the over, 41% of the money on the over. So bigger bets are coming in on that under. 59% of the money's on that under. And then the money line itself has moved from -217 to -225. I don't look at much of that when it comes to those big numbers like that, because that's parlay money maybe. I don't know. You got dumbasses throwing. I mean, there's a couple guys on Twitter that only throw -300 favorites out there, and apparently they
throw
six
minus. Yeah, they throw like six -300 favorites on a parlay, and I
you look at the day and it's like, oh, I got I laid 300 on this one, I laid 400 on this one, but it's not bad if you know it's going to win. Well, you don't know it's going to win, dude, unless you got the sports almanac from Back to the Future. You don't know it's going to win.
Yeah.
You take one of those losses in the face, and then you'll realize that you shouldn't be playing favorites like that.
Yeah, shit. You take a -400, you actually lay it to win a unit, and you're like, what the fuck did I just do? There's no value in betting that.
So just as we're talking about this game, that 163 on the over is now 162 on the over. So it's dropping now. That Ohio full game is dropping.
And it's right as this game's about to tip off, you have these late money coming in on that under. And I think we have this game for as little time as we looked at it. I have a strong feeling we have a great read on this game.
I hope so. I'd like to see let's see Toledo get a 4-point victory in the first half, scoring over 40 points, like a 44-39 first half. That'll work for us.
Wait, say
and
that
then
again?
It'll give us an opportunity. 44-39 first half. That'll work for. I'm going to write it down just in case it does come to fruition. But that would be a best case scenario. Then everything cashes in that first half, and it puts us on pace to potentially jump in there and live play that second half under. Or over, I guess. I don't know.
Absolutely. Well, let's just take the time right now, just because we've already been live for almost 2 hours. We do have like 4 likes in here, which is great for my channel because it only has 53 subscribers, and we've had constant 2 to 4 people in here. I did post this link to Twitter. If you guys want to go like or retweet that, drop a like in here. Let's try to see if we can't get any more people in here to get to the start of this Ohio Toledo game, and then I know later tonight. I haven't gotten a message yet, but I was added to the live stream that Razor's going to be doing tonight. I know I saw you in there as well, Mike.
Oh boy, it's go time. We're going to roll it together and do it again.
Yeah,
it's horse racing.
Let's have some stories to fucking tell when we hop into that one. Oh, hey, any of you guys looked at Ohio Toledo today?
Anybody play Toledo, Ohio every possible way you can?
I fucking doubt you did, but by the way, me and Mike just fucking hit a 4 spot on these bitches.
A quad play on that game.
Oh, goodness. I think we're looking pretty okay in that under. Ohio State, Michigan State, 5 seconds left, 68-58.
Yeah, I would say that looks pretty good. Shit's real, man. Shit's real to me.
There we go. You know what? I think we might have a fucking first winner of the day.
That's what I'm talking about. This shit means something to me, man.
It means something to me, man. I love it. That game is final. Imagine
Nice.
all the people that got burned on the that took Purdue by the spread today.
I had them in the first half. They played just bad enough to win by 1, so they didn't cover the first half. And then I took them live, -3.5. I got them live for the second half, and they won by 5, I think. So I covered by 1 point or something like that. So half a point.
Yeah, if you had them by 3.5 second half, they won by 4, 41-37.
So Texas Southern's up 66-50 with 3.5 minutes to go. We know what's going on in North Texas. They're just not showing up. And Mizzou's up 42-41 on Tennessee right now with 16 minutes to go in that second half. So we're on our way.
They put up 20 points in the first 4 minutes of the second half. I do not like that. I need the under.
Yeah. I had a game yesterday. Was it yesterday? Was it Air Force? It was an under. Maybe it was 2 nights ago. It was so under. It was so under. Like the first 7 minutes in, there was like 3 points scored. And I was like, this fucking under is going to be the easiest cash of the week. And then it ended up going to overtime, and it went over by like 2 points. I was like, you son of a bitch. Went from a glorious under to just skating over.
That happened to me in the UNLV game a couple days ago. So I had, I think it was UNLV and Air Force actually who were playing.
Yeah, I think that's what it was.
I had the game over. Well, it didn't just go over by 2 points. No, it went over by like 10 or 12 because it
was overtime that shot it over, right? I stopped watching after they
needed. I think it was like they needed 19 points. They needed 19 points in 5 minutes of overtime, and they put up 34 combined.
Yeah.
And I was at work, and I looked at it, and I was like, what the hell? The last time I had checked it, it did not look great. It did not look great. And I remember in my head, like, I was like, oh, can I get it overtime? I went back to work. I ran to the bathroom to go check my phone really quickly. And all of a sudden I said, they put up 34 points in 5 minutes. And that was more points in that 5 minutes than they had put up in the first 10 minutes of the ball game.
Terrible.
And then, of course, UNLV goes back to overtime last night. And RIP to anybody who had UNLV plus the 5.5 or the 6, because if that game doesn't go to overtime, if UNLV does not hit that 3 ball with 1 second left, you you lose by 3. But no, you go to overtime. I took them in game. Remember, I had them plus 12.5 last night, Mike?
Yeah.
Yeah, so if they don't hit that 3, they lose by 3. But no, they hit the 3, they go to OT, and then they lose by 11.
Do you remember? I mean, I was drunk, but I wasn't that drunk. Maybe I was.
I also ask if you remember because I know you're in the midst of multiple other conversations all going on. We had a lot of people on last night.
We did have a lot of people on last night. That was a good turnout. Banging winners like crazy. Hopefully we can use it all up.
I only bet two live spots last night, and I was 2-0. I had UNLV plus the 12.5 at -104, and then the Avs over 5.5.
Dude, that game that was my favorite cash right there. We took the over 5.5 after talking about it all game. Talked about how it was an over spot. The trend was a big over spot. We were waiting for that first period to be 0-0. Ended up being 2-0. So the number got all jacked up, and then it was the third period. It was plus 125 is the number that I captured it at there with you. And then it was like within 2 minutes they scored one.
I got plus 140 on that. Yeah.
And it went over. It was huge.
Yeah. I was excited. And then the thing is I don't even cap hockey. So I listened to what you guys have to say, and I was like, okay. And then what was it? You went on it, Dave went on it, and I was like, I'm going on it. I had to. The conversation started going on, and then all of a sudden it's like, hey, that's just got over. You said live spot opportunity, or you said live betting opportunity. Yeah. It's right here. And then Dave saw it. I think he got it at 130 or 135, and I said, oh, I'm looking right now. I got it at 140. It was locked away. Great opportunity. I find that happens a lot too. Is like we talked about earlier with the pimp slap spot. You look at the games all day, you're looking, you're identifying, you're tracking it, you find that window and opportunity to hit it. And then as the game progresses and there's nothing else on, you're only watching that game.
exactly what you thought is going to happen is going to happen, and then why not take advantage of it? UAB is trying to let it up. North Texas comeback here. We're down 12.
They're down 12. Ooh.
Back in it. Plenty of time.
I need another 7 points my way, or another 6. I got the 6.5. I'll take the hook. So I basically just need them to win the second half by 1.
All right. They're only down 5.
Yep.
It's right there. 9.5 minutes to go. Plenty of time.
There's plenty of time in that game. And then your Texas Southern pulling ahead. They're up 10 with 2:27 left.
Yeah, I just thought Alabama A&M did what they were going to do already. I mean, I don't want to celebrate and have the parade before we, hoist the trophy, but at the same time, it just felt like that was a spot that made sense. No, I'm looking at this Howard Maryland Eastern Shore game, and I'm because of where we're at with the action on this Ohio Toledo game, and where I'm at with the action on Iona. I don't think that one's going to make the radar today. It's laying 3. Howard Maryland Eastern Shore.
Oh yeah, I remember you said earlier. You're like, I have 0 interest in that game.
I just don't have it. It doesn't look like good. It doesn't appeal to me at all. I could see Maryland Eastern Shore winning that fucking game just because Howard's that bad. But they're not bad. I mean, they're 11-3 in the conference. I don't know. Just the handful of times I bet on Howard this year.
The only thing I would even look at in this game is the under.
Is the what?
The under. That's the only thing I would even look at. Yeah.
What's up, Lee Davis? Thanks for joining us, bud.
Hell yeah. What up, man? What are you on today, Lee?
Yeah, let's hear it.
What are you on today? And then, Mike, you want to? I don't know to the extent of any breakdown you've done for the UConn Marquette game, but that's what I was about to do before you would come back on. I was in the middle of doing that when you came back on, and then we started talking, and we went another direction with the Ohio Toledo game. But you want to take a look at that one real quick? It's a 3:30.
I didn't mean to screw us up. I think that's a UConn smash spot there. I think UConn gets the first half. I think they get the full game. Again, maybe because of where I'm situated in the country, I've seen a lot of these two teams play. And UConn, I know as the Dabby Camp special was UConn first half every time they played. And then they kind of went through that cold slouch there where I think they were playing, maybe it was Army. There was somebody that they made a 2-pointer at the buzzer to cover by the hook for the first half. After that, they went on a stretch where they didn't cover the first half like 7 or 8 games in a row. They started to kind of have the wheels fall off. They pulled it back together at the end of the season to finish pretty strong. And, they're laying 4.5 against a Marquette team that, I think Marquette's a strong school. I kind of like the 4. I just don't know it's enough points. Madison Square Garden is what, an hour tops from UConn. So that's going to very much be I think a home game for UConn. And UConn, they don't travel as well as like a Kentucky or a Kansas, but there's a lot of UConn fans in this country, in the northeastern part of this country. And I think it's going to be a raucous environment. Marquette's going to have a tough time. Marquette seems to be one of those teams where if they don't get the wheels on the bus early, then they're chasing and they're struggling. And then it's like quicksand, right? The more you've missed, the more it compounds, the more you've got to, take more chances on stupid 3 shots. And then it just gets away from them pretty early and pretty often. So I'm looking at the head-to-heads. I'm not sure. Let me dig back into this thing here real quick. So I definitely am on the UConn side of the house. I see the numbers are moving to UConn as well. 61% of the money, or the bets, 79% of the money is on UConn. 4.5 is the number that I'm seeing now. And they split them this year. I mean, Marquette won at home by 6, where they were getting 2.5. And UConn beat them up in UConn by 15 when they were laying 4.5. So same number that we're seeing with that 4.5, and they got spanked.
Same number and same total. Well, the half point difference, 148, 147.5, same total though.
Look at Marquette too. Marquette just played St. John's. They had a double play against St. John's. They didn't cover the spread when they were laying 11.5. They didn't cover the spread. They barely won at the end when they were laying 8.5. So I don't think they're in a situational spot. Whereas, it was a push. UConn kind of fell apart there at the end for Providence. It made it work out for me with the 7.5. But they played Villanova. They beat up Villanova. They beat the shit out of DePaul. They beat up St. John's. They've beaten everybody up. I don't think UConn cares. I think UConn's wheels came back on at the right time, and I think they're in a smash spot tonight. So that's the first.
Let me ask you this, because then this is how like my thought process works. Okay, UConn wins the game tonight, right? Creighton Xavier. I think about the matchup, but not just the matchup between Creighton and Xavier together, but what are those teams going to think? Because both of those teams know if we win this game, we got to go play UConn. Which team thinks that they would have the better matchup than against UConn?
I would think Creighton Blue Jays. I liked them early in the season. Creighton kind of feels a lot like UConn to me this year. They beat up everybody early in the season. When the conference started, it got tighter. It got more difficult for them. But they pulled it back together, and they kind of went on a run as well. So, they've got Creighton as the favorite. Head to head. My app's frozen here.
Your app's frozen?
Come on. Just as I'm trying to get in a move on it. I did see a trend, though. Speaking of trends in windows, there was a window on, I think it was the UConn game. Let me jump back into that.
I love seeing these trends. I do love seeing those trends.
If it makes sense, No.
Oh, yeah.
No. There it is. Battle of the Conference Heavy Rankings. It's a 74-35-3 opportunity. It's winning at 68% with a 32% ROI. And it's got UConn at the -4 today. So when you got the top teams and the lower seeds coming in there, they're taking advantage when they're the favorite, and they've won at a 68% clip. So that kind of speaks to the numbers themselves, where you've got the 1 versus 4 ranking. You've got the 4 on the road laying 4 points, now 4.5 points against the number 1. What gives? Why is it like that? Why shouldn't the other team be the favorite? And, Johnny Public's going to come in there and say, I got the best team in the conference getting 4.5 points. Give me those 4.5 points. And then what happens, right?
But where was that money? Where was that money laying, though? Percentage wise?
I also think that the lines will move a lot more closer to game time.
Now? Okay, yeah.
Right now, I do see 62% and 79% of the money. But I think that's early in the day. It's indicative of sharp money, right? So I think guys that have a plan, guys that are not the casual guy coming in there laying a couple dollars down on it, but guys that have a plan that are looking at the card are making those plays early because they want to catch that 4 or they want to catch the 4.5 before it goes to 5. You'll hear Jimmy talk about how the numbers moved enough that he's just off it now. It's moved 2 points. It's moved 3 points. That's where, the public's going to come in and take UConn at -6, and that's where I think you're going to take Marquette at +6, thinking they got a good spot. They got 5-6 points, and it's the higher seed, and then I think that's where they're going to take a beating tonight. It's Friday night. Good night for the public to take a beating.
So so that money, that 61% was on UConn?
62 and 79.
Oh, 62.
It's on UConn right now.
On UConn.
Yeah, it's on UConn.
So we saw 79% of money. Got you.
We saw the money move, or the number move from -4 to -4.5, with 62% of the bets and 79% of the money. The money's clearly coming in on UConn, and the line's kind of getting some of the respect it deserves with that kind of a move. But, I think, like I said, 6:30 start. It's getting close. But East Coasters, they're getting out of work now, right? They're going to go home. They're going to fire up a cocktail. They're going to sit down. They're going to see the UConn game, and they're going to want to make their bet. I bet you we see some buyback on this Marquette number. To be honest with you, really? I think they're going to start this. I don't know. I'm speculating on a number on a game that starts at an hour and a half, but I'm thinking so.
So let me ask you that, right? If you think there's going to be some buyback on Marquette, would you wait then to buy UConn now, or would you buy UConn now, or would you wait to potentially get UConn at a better number at tip-off?
It's a situational spot where you're talking about a half a point maybe. Is it going to make a difference between 4 and 5? I don't think it's going to make the difference in this game. And I guess the question is, do you want to take the chance? So I see the -4.5 is it's juice to the under, so they're shading that, or it's juice to the Marquette side of things. So that suggests the line just moved from 4 to 4.5.
So you're going to see public bettors taking the quote better team or the higher ranked team in this tournament at plus or at a lower juice plus 4.5.
I think we're going to see. I think that's exactly. We might see it pivot back to 4, and that's okay. I mean, that's U-shaped movement where it's kind of moving in one direction all day, and then it skirts its way back the other side. But
yeah,
I don't know. Like I look at the money line and I see it was -182. Now it's -180, even though 81% of the money's on the money line. Well, that makes sense because at a +1. You're not going to see a lot of guys taking the -180s, right? You're going to see people are going to take their shot with the money line, I think, and the dog, and saying, +152, they're the higher seed. How can they not win? And so I think that kind of that logic, if you will, as you apply it to, it's all speculation, I guess. How do we know what some asshole's going to bet? But I know they're getting out of work now on the East Coast, and this game is a big game for the East Coasters, especially in the Northeast right now. We got snow across the Northeast, and everyone's locked at home right now, so. When they get home and they log in, they're going to see +4.5 at Marquette. I think we're going to see that number drop a little bit. So you could catch a better number pre-game if you wait a little bit longer. I've waited. I haven't locked it in yet. So I like the first half and full game though.
I was thinking. I'm like, well, I mean, because the only difference being is if it does move that half point, you can get a push. You could push.
Yeah. I don't think it comes down to the bucket though. One team's beating the shit out of another team. I don't think it's going to be a 2-point game. I don't know.
Okay.
I think UConn's, I hate to say it, UConn's just a better team. UConn started out the season red hot, and if it wasn't for that little lull they had in the middle of the season, we'd be talking about them as a shoe-in for the NCAA tournament. So, I guess you could argue the same thing about Marquette, but UConn's 25-7, Marquette's 26-6. It was a cluster. It was a bad spell for UConn that was running red hot to start and closed out red hot at the end. So,
yeah, no, absolutely.
That's my assessment. Based on these teams, I hope I'm not way wrong. I'm definitely going to be on UConn.
I think you'll be all right. And then so. To bring it back into some of the games that are going off, Toledo, Ohio just tipped off. Tennessee, Missouri. It's a 3-point game. Tennessee's up 58-55 with 9:24 left. And then UAB, North Texas. North Texas is down 11 with 4.5 minutes left.
Plenty of time in that game. Woo!
Plenty of time.
Texas Southern's up 11. Texas Southern looks like they're going to close this one up, put it to bed.
Oh, yeah. Did you have that money line or?
Yeah, I took the money line on that one. So 11 points with 45 seconds to go is, that was a little juicy too. I think it was -160 or 165, something like that.
Easy.
My rationale there was that I didn't think it was going to matter, but park my money on something that's got a decent number behind it. How are we looking on the total for this Missouri game, though? We got one.
It needs to slow down. It is too many points. We're at 100, or what is that? 113 with 8.5 left. 141 beats us. It's not looking promising at the moment, but there could be a cold streak. The only other thing that kind of plays into the factor as well is it's a close game. So are they going to play the possession game or are they going to play the foul game? Because the past couple of days I've seen both sides where teams are holding for the possession and not fouling, and time just keeps ticking. And then I've seen, every 3 seconds there's a foul. I guess it just depends within these next 3.5 minutes how well teams are shooting. And for the couple of people that we have in here, if you haven't dropped a like, go ahead, hit the thumbs up. And if you have, we really appreciate it. That is so awesome. This is the first time I've done a live betting stream with Mike. just by ourselves. It's the first time I've done a live betting stream on my channel, so I do appreciate it, and I appreciate Mike for taking the time to just come chill. I mean, I figured you'd be down to do it down in the middle of the afternoon.
You know it.
Evening for you now, 5:14 p.m.
It's almost cocktail time.
Cocktail time?
Almost. If I wasn't up drinking with you guys till 2:30 in the morning yesterday.
Well, just
up early today.
Just remember that it's a late night tonight as well. Look at some of these tip-offs.
What time's Razor stream start there? Is it 9?
I think it's 9. Yeah, 6 your time. And I haven't. Did he message you at all?
No, not yet. I saw him post the promo for it.
Yeah, he put. See, I seen the promo posted, but last week he sent me a DM before I seen that.
Or Texas is on the comeback trail. How about this for degenerate action? CBS Sportsnet. Go figure. The only 2 games that they've got going right now are North Texas and Toledo game. So North Texas game is interfering with the Toledo game.
Oh, Ohio, Toledo. It's 8-4. Toledo's losing by 4, brother. Getting meat mopped there.
All right. It's blowout.
I'm hesitant to say blowout already. It's only 4, but yeah, 8-4.
Where's all the scoring? We need scoring.
See, I saw 4-0 in the first 45 seconds, and then I haven't seen much scoring since. Toledo turning the ball over as well.
We're just starting. Come on, North Texas, make it a game, boys.
I want to see North Texas really. I want to see them bring it within the number, and I like hopefully they make the actual number sweat, so my 6.5 looks pretty.
Down 8. I mean, they're right there. They're right there for the whole thing. I mean, there's still 2.5 minutes to go. I'd rather be watching.
Are you showing 65-57?
Yeah.
All right. That's what I'm showing too.
Sweat.
It's gonna be sweaty. I'm wearing my turtleneck. I'm gonna hand this over to you real quick. I just gotta run and take a piss real quick. I'll be right back.
Go do it, man. For anybody that just joined us here, we're sweating out North Texas UAB. We got I took a North Texas spot pregame at +1.5, so they were getting blown out. They're making a game of it now, so that's not too bad. I know Alex got the second half spot there. I think he said Tennessee and Missouri. Missouri +6. That was a game that I got scrolling across the ticker on the bottom, and I'm going to say Alex got the under in there. What else we got going on here? What else is cooking? What are you guys on? Let's see it in the chat. We got games coming up here. Somebody's got to have their play of the day, play of the hammer drop mortgage play, put your 401k on it. Let's see it. Now's the time to share. I won't put my 401k on it, but might be inclined to take a withdrawal out of it to throw some money around. What else we got? Monaco in the international basketball arena has picked up a W for me. That was a +5. They won by 9 outright. Little tentacles everywhere. So we talked about it earlier, but again, it's scrolling across the bottom. I'm on Iona first half and full game. I think it's 7 and 14. I forgot what numbers I shared there on the ticker. I like UConn first half and full game, and I like Penn State to win the game outright. I think the Iowa State game goes under, and I like Kansas. I think Miami first. I don't know about first half. I'm definitely taking them full game, and I'm going to take them on the money line as well. I think they're the better team. I'll probably get there with the first half too. Why not?
Oh, no hammer play yet, Mike? Still searching?
No, I asked if anybody had a hammer play. Who's got to take the 401k out? Mortgage play of the day. And I think he said there's none yet. He's still looking.
Okay.
So we've got a 9-8 in this Toledo, Ohio game right now. So program alert.
9-8.
Yeah,
9 to
that's
8.
my score.
Nice. 9, 18.
Plenty of time.
27.
Those teams will go on a run. Somebody will go on a run, and then it's going to be.
We need we need a little more higher pace scoring out of Toledo to hit that 39.5.
Yeah, I agree. We're not getting there now.
Missouri's up 1, 7-11 left. North Texas right on that 6.5 in game we took. Cincinnati's just smacking the shit out of Temple now. They're up 20.
Yeah, we're not going to get there with a 9. We're going to need that to be 29 in about the next 2 minutes.
Yeah. Oh yeah. And I think Mike hit another money line play.
Which one we got there? We got the
Your Texas Southern.
That's what I'm talking about. This shit means something to me, man.
There we go.
yeah, cash them
Cashing them.
up.
Okay. So, man, we're flirting right there in that North Texas game. They just brought it within 6. And then he goes and makes a dunk. 52 seconds left. Oh my goodness. 3. Let's go. They're down 5. Okay. Nice little sweater here for this UAB North Texas Conference USA semifinal. North Texas is going to call the timeout. They're probably going to set up a trap, if not foul. And your Missouri play is still looking good. There's a lot of time left, 6:14, but it's 63-61.
Yeah, +6, right? That was they had a 3 at the halftime. So,
and Mike, if this Ohio Toledo game really does go under in the second half or in the first half, I think we just take second half over.
yeah, definitely going to be a spot there to. I don't like 9-8. I don't like seeing that. I'm hoping it's just a glitch in the scoring, and
they got 11 right now. It's 11-8.
Okay.
So we still need 29. We need 29 to hit that first half team total.
Yeah.
Did you took the total in the first half? Because I didn't.
Yeah. 77. I took the 77. I took the 39.5. I think I took the -2.5 or -3 was the number I got for Toledo in the first half too. So, and then I got the full game -5.5. So,
okay,
we're pressing.
Yeah. So we're on everything. I just didn't grab the first half with you.
The first half over.
The first half team.
Probably a smart play. In hindsight, I was thinking, I was talking about the under, right? These MAC games with these unders, but what threw me off there was this number was less than half of what the total needed to be for the full game. So I felt like that was a good spot from a shading perspective. But we'll see. We'll see what happens. Let a game left.
My thought process on that was like I said out loud. I was like, I could see this first half going under and that second half flying over, especially with that 9-point difference that they had in the half scoring compared to the first half to the full game total. We're looking at a 13-12 game in that Ohio Toledo game though.
See, they ought to switch this UAB North Texas game off. If it's going to be a foul game here with 45 seconds to go, they might as well switch it off, put something else on. In this case, the Toledo game that I'm heavily invested in.
Yeah. I'd love to see some Toledo action on here. I'm probably not as heavily invested in you as you are in the UAB North Texas game.
No, I just had the +1.5. It's the only spot I took on it.
Gotcha. Okay.
I didn't live play it. I should have when they were getting 16.5. Damn, that would have been a great live spot. Team starting off with a miss like that, they're not going to get blown out.
Well, I mean, hindsight's 2020 on that one. I mean,
Sure.
it was 22-2 in the first 10 minutes of the game.
And it went from what looked like a shoe-in under to potential over, right?
Yeah, I mean, what was the total for the game? I did not see that. 138 is where it's at.
I bet you it was right around that 140 mark.
It's a 3-point game in this. It's a 2-point game. Your 1.5 is now in the money. And I think that Tennessee Missouri game is dead. It's at 1:30 with 4.5 minutes. I don't foresee us getting the under here. Which is okay. Not a lot of money was placed on it, and it was just a good look, especially after that first SEC game went under in Alabama, and they decided to play defense all of a sudden. Shit.
Wow, this is a tight game in this UAB thing, huh? Shit.
69-71. It's right there.
The only loser will be me with the plus 1.5. That makes sense.
No shot. They just fouled, so I don't know if they're looking at a 1-1 or if they're in the double bonus.
Fouled out, huh? 17 points and he fouled out? Shit. It's March. They turn the magnets on. This guy makes a miraculous 3 from across the arena. Let's go.
Oof. All right, so we got 16 points out of Toledo here in the first 9 minutes. Not terrible. Would love to see a little stretch of higher scoring there.
Missouri pulls up 67-66. A lot of time left.
Yep, 4:12 still left in that game. I already marked the under as a loser already.
For Missouri?
Yeah, the 140.5. I don't think that's not going to stay under.
Not 4 minutes.
No shot.
Cashed that under earlier with 2 minutes to go with no points. That was nice.
Let's see. Wait, what under with 2 minutes to go?
Were
you talking about the Ohio State Michigan State game?
Yeah.
Gotcha. Yeah, no, that was that. I never really.
It was the first half. It was the first half under there that they had no score with a minute and a half to go. When I was sitting there looking at it with 57 points, going, I think I had 63 was the number, and I had 57 with the minute and a half to go, and they ended up not scoring again. That was nice. Too many plays.
So North Texas got the ball, didn't do anything with it, fouled again, so they are down 5 with 19 seconds to go. They are down 6 with 19 seconds to go, and I believe they're getting the ball back. Let's not waste this possession. I can't take and he missed the 3, and they're gonna foul. Oh no, they got the offensive board with 6 seconds left. No shot. And they missed another 3. Got it. Well, just let the clock tick to 0 for me, huh? All right. Defensive rebound. And are they going to do anything? They fucking fouled. Okay. Yes, they did. Foul on Tyree Edey. Why, buddy? You're down as many points as many seconds in the game.
I almost took Temple today. I'm glad I didn't. They're getting beat up.
They're getting
80-49. They're getting
beat the
manhandled.
fuck up. They're getting 21 points in the second half.
Boy, what a disappointing season for them to finish off the way they did. They dragon slayed some big dogs, beat them up. Houston twice, right? Houston twice.
Was it Houston twice? Was that their only two losses? Was the Temple?
I think so. They beat them, and then it was like a week later they came back and played them again and beat them again. And and then they beat up the UCF that they beat. That was on a streak as well. They were beating up everybody. Now they're done. Where are they going to go? They might be a CDI team, maybe. That's right, Lee.
Turn them
Magnet technology. Google it. Magnet technology.
I've seen that. I've seen a little video about how they have it they have it in the NFL too. Like they have it a coat
in the gloves.
And they have a coat in the ball and they got a coat in the gloves. Yep.
Those fucking guys aren't jumping 6 feet in the air and then grabbing it with their fingertips as they're falling backwards and securing the ball. Those are magnets.
And we lose by 7. Wah, wah, wah. It is okay.
Did you see that Giannis triple-double the other day that they called back?
Yeah. What did they take back? Was it the assist or the rebound?
The rebound that he got off the board where he threw it at the board.
Yeah, he threw it up to himself. Yeah, I seen that. I seen the initial video was like he had passed it up to himself to get the triple-double and everyone was going crazy about it.
That sucks.
Lee, what side are you on that? Can't change your mind about what?
I think he's talking about the Giannis play.
All
right, Toledo's catching a little shot, a little jolt of lightning here at 21-12 game.
Yeah,
that's
what we needed. We needed some more scoring. That would just be something if this is just the spot that we hammered and it just everything comes through. That would just be amazing.
See, John Rahm withdrew from the Players Championship.
Oh, did he really? I did not see that.
I think he's sick. He had an illness. Letdown for everybody that took him to win. And it was action, so there's no refunds after the first round was completed.
That's horrible. I wonder, did anyone take does Spieth need the players to complete his career Grand Slam?
Well, the Players isn't a major, right? So
oh shit, never mind. It's the other one. The one at the very end is what he needs.
The PGA Championship, right?
Yeah, that's the one he needs to complete.
Because he's got the British, the US, and the Masters.
Masters, yep.
I'm not a Jordan Spieth fan.
Oh yeah, I actually just watched the Full Swing episode last night for shits and giggles. The Spieth and the Frenemies episode with him and Justin Thomas.
Oh really? I'll have to check that out.
Yeah, it's on Netflix called Full Swing. It's pretty cool.
I saw Tiger's ex-girls suing him for $30 million.
Oh yeah, I seen it's something about the NDA he had her sign.
Yeah,
something like that.
Yeah. They signed an NDA when they first started dating, and
they're not even dating anymore, no.
No, he tossed her out of the house. Sounds like things got rough. I'm not sure.
Man, could you imagine being a woman and being in a relationship with Tiger Woods after everything that this man has been through?
No, I couldn't.
That is fucking insane.
The hardest one had to be like Lindsay. Was it Lindsey Vonn there that he was dating Lindsay?
Yeah, he did. He was dating Lindsey Vonn. And Lee was talking about the magnets. Can't change his mind about the magnets.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, Lee says he's seen it. Fucking A right, Lee. I've seen it too. We sat here after a football game, and I had a couple buddies that were in disbelief, and they started Googling it, and they are now believers.
Yeah, I've seen a bunch on it. I don't think it's always on. That's for sure.
No, I think I think it's impacted in different ways. I do believe that these rims have magnets on them, and they'll tighten them up to a certain degree. But I saw basketball.
I seen the
go
oil,
off the
like the oil that they've added to the ball, where it makes it slippier or more slippery.
I saw a ball hit over the court, over the hoop, right on the back where all the structural shit is, and it bounced back and forward. So somebody shot it from the 3-point line. It hits off the wires in the back, bounces forward. So there's got to be enough inertia and movement, momentum. It sits right on the top. It bounced forward. It hit the top ledge of the hoop or the basket, and it sat there. Just sat there. Cold, dead stop. Just shut it right down, right on top. No way the ball should even balance on that thing being round as it was, and it just stopped. So I don't know what was going on there. There was definitely some sorcery happening in that thing.
Situational for sure. I mean, the higher the risk for companies and businesses to lose a lot of money due to one outcome, they're definitely going to find a way to gain any edge they can. I love when you talk about something like this and someone's like, oh, the players would never go along with that, and you're like, yeah, you're absolutely right, they wouldn't. Maybe far few in between they would, but it's not the players doing it.
Right.
How many times do you see, a fucking holding call just stall an offensive drive?
That Eagles holding call was horrible during the Super Bowl.
Oh man, yeah. I mean, the thing about that though is he came out and straight up said he did hold him.
Yeah.
And you look at the replay. I mean, you look at the image. I mean, he did hold him.
He was quick to come out and say it too after all the magnitude and what was on the line for that game. To come, I mean, it was almost like a healing thing. Like they moved on and passed it that quickly that. I mean, right away it was like, yeah, he admitted it was a hold, and it was, but fuck, it
sucks. It's a silly penalty in that situation. But the Eagles defense didn't have anything for the Chiefs.
Not in that second half,
honestly. Yeah, no, it was crazy. Were you on the live stream with PSR for that?
No, I shared some plays to start, and then I had a party here, so I released and ended up getting drunk. Go figure.
Nice.
We were loving it after halftime. We were high-fiving, chanting, singing the Eagles song.
I was hyped. And then I was 4 for 5 in the Super Bowl, and the only play I lost was the Eagles money line. All my props came in.
I had a huge NFL playoffs up to that game too, and it got to it was my team. I was like, I'll bet on it, but then I got excited about some props that just never came through either. I was disappointed all around.
The one thing that really stuck out to me was that AJ Brown anytime touchdown, just because he had been held to no touchdowns throughout the whole playoffs, and especially like how much he had done during the regular season. I thought that they would reward him for sure. Sources say the Bears are trading the number 1 overall pick to the Panthers in exchange for big-time compensation, including multiple first-rounders. Chicago loads up and lands at the number 9, while Carolina can draft its quarterback of the future. From Ian Rappaport, 12 minutes
ago. Didn't Carolina just sign somebody? Who did they just sign at quarterback?
I don't think they signed anybody at quarterback.
I could swear they just picked somebody up.
I had absolutely zero idea. So it says the Bears trading number 1 overall. They get pick number 9, pick number 62, first round in 2024, second round in 2025, and they get DJ Moore.
That's a weird throw in there.
Yeah.
Tossing more on top of it.
Jose fucking quoted it and said, DJ Moore getting thrown in like scrap. Fucking, I'm liking that shit.
Yeah, Lee's saying back to our bagging conversation, when a punt sticks to the 1 yard line. Yeah, I agree. I can't believe that the Giants gave Daniel Jones $40-something million.
You know what? I have not liked Daniel Jones since he got drafted. I mean, how I don't understand. I mean, I get the tangibles and his size and what he is, but I mean, he was a losing quarterback overall in college. I mean, I believe he has a losing record overall in the NFL. If he has a winning record, I would be shocked. But sorry, I just seen. Lee, I believe Mike is also on the first half and the full game in Iona.
That is correct.
But yeah, I've never been a big fan of Daniel Jones at all.
Oh, they gave him a year ago. They were trying to sign him. He was going to take $25 million. Then they bring in Dable, and he's got $40-something million. I mean, that's.
I think it is $40 million a year, which is just. I mean, that's what Dak makes, and Dak's overpaid in my opinion as well. But I don't know about Daniel Jones being on the same par as Jack. And a minute and a half left, or a minute and 5 seconds. Missouri up 5. Your 6 is looking great.
That felt like a good spot. I wasn't even nervous at halftime being down 3. I felt like that was right where the number should be.
Yeah, and
half the number, right? Should have
literally.
done. It's gone the other way and gone Missouri money line in the second half.
Yeah, they're up 7 in the second half, and Tennessee just calls a timeout. We need some scoring out of Toledo here. 25-17, 5:38 left in the first half. I almost said first quarter.
That'll hurt.
That will.
Never mind. Did you take the first half? Did you get that -2.5 too, or did you?
I did. I got the -2.5. The only thing I didn't take was the over in the first half.
The first half over. Yeah.
Yeah. Which
smart
I was already thinking with that 9-point difference in the totals that they had, that the second half was going to be higher scoring. So I could see, second half just. It depends where this ends, because they're at 47 right now. And what was it? 77? 7, yeah.
Remember I said too, just after I took it 77, it dropped, the juice went to the under. So,
and it was 86 in the second half. So I could really see them putting up like 90 something in the second half if they play that right. At least like how we were talking before about, if there's lower scoring first halves, the second half just the number explodes, or if there's a huge first half, that second half there's hardly any scoring.
Look at this Tennessee game as a prime example. 63 points in the first half is probably right around what that first half number looked like. Second half they've got what, 80,
82,
something?
83. And you know something, when I saw 63 in the first half, I was feeling really good about that under 140.5, but then I was immediately, the game from last night came into my head. And it's crazy because they're at 85 points in the second half. I would have. I don't know. I don't know where the defense went. We got a 5-point game. 3:44 left in the first half. Ohio is down 5 still. Tennessee's just jacking up threes. I think you're going to win this game outright. They're up 6. 24 seconds left. They're going to go foul. Either that, or they're going to accept the defeat here, because they're under a shot clock.
Not a horrible start. Battle the 1-on-1s till we get a groove. That's where we start firing. You go 1-1, 1-1. When you get juiced out a little bit, but then you find that groove and you win 10 straight.
I'll take I'll take 5 straight at this point. Wow, they did foul. Okay, so it is a 8-point ball game with 23 seconds left.
That was such a bad spot for Tennessee because Tennessee's been trending down. Missouri hasn't been trending anywhere but kind of idle, and they were so hot to start the season that it was like I think recency bias got people to buy into that Tennessee -6, and it's like, wait a minute.
And I've also seen a lot of people who are Tennessee fans talking about how like that's normal, like this, it's normal for Tennessee at the end of the year to just fall off the wagon.
Yeah, they implode. They do it in like all their sports, every sport thing. I don't know. I don't follow their women's swimming too closely, but every other sport seems to dip off at the end there, right? They all seem to implode.
And we got another casher for Mike M. Pimp slapping these books.
Let's go.
Missouri wins outright with his +6, 79-71. You know what I'm thinking?
That's what I'm talking about. This shit means something to me, man.
Yes, sir.
Let's go. Let's get some points going in this Toledo game, though. Come on now.
Yeah, I know, especially for a 160. For a 160, you know what? Let's reverse what we talked about. What's the in-game now? Because remember I said maybe if this first half blows up, we take the in-game under. What about the in-game total over now?
That's a good call. Let's take a look.
In-game total. All sports, live games, basketball. 153.5. So we're getting 11 points value?
Yeah. 10, 9.5, 10. I got 151.5.
162 was it? What was what it was at?
Yeah, 160, 163. I saw. I've got 151.5 as a number now.
It just moved for me. Yep, 151. I got it at -113. And remember, they were accounting for 86 points in the second half.
That wouldn't get us there, though, would it? 50. Well, I mean, there's still time.
There's
I'll be back. Give me just a minute. I gotta use the. I'll be right back.
Sounds good. I am really thinking long and hard about. You know what? I'm doing it. 152.5. I'm not going to even question it. All right, so we're sitting Toledo's 33-27, 2:24 left. 2:10 left. Toledo missed shot. Ohio rebounds the ball. They're going to take it back up the floor. He missed the jumper. Toledo takes it back down the floor. Ohio missed the three. Moss with the defensive rebound for Toledo. Takes it back up the court. Haven't seen an update there yet. And we are going to be sweating out this Toledo team total over 39.5. We're going to be sweating out Toledo first half -2.5. We got a couple bets here on the MAC semifinal. Yep. Showing 35-31.
Can we get this team total?
I'm showing 35-31 right now with 1:07 left.
First half? What was that first half number?
It was the team total, or?
No, I took the side too. Minus
77. Oh, 2.5. 2.5. Or you had three. You had 3.
Yeah.
Let's see. Okay, so Toledo missed their jumper with 42 seconds left. Ohio gets the defensive rebound at 38 seconds.
Figures. It's all right. Got time.
We got 38 seconds.
Oh, some fuckery with the clock.
Okay, so they block. They got the rebound. Ohio turns the ball over. Toledo calls timeout. 21
You
seconds
see that?
left.
There was like 2 seconds. They stopped the clock.
Oh,
Yeah,
really? I'm only looking at Gamecast. I don't have any live stream up.
35-31. Toledo's ball. 21.5 seconds. Wow.
21.5
I
seconds.
was amazed at how tight they get these numbers. 39.5, 40.5 was one of the books I had.
Let's see. Okay.
Here you go. Here's a nice little trend that just came across the wire. The Timberwolves had just 34 rebounds in a blowout loss to the Sixers on Wednesday. When the T-Wolves have gone over in all 10 games since November when they had no more than 35 rebounds last game. They've gone over by 20.4 points per game.
And what's the total at today?
Get there.
All right, so that first half does come to an end. We did not get the Toledo team total. However, Toledo by 3 and by 2.5. First half does come through for your boys here. Not a bad split, a little 1-1. That's okay.
1-1, but it could kind of easily gotten that. It should have gotten. There was 2 minutes to go.
They actually. I don't know how. Don't ask me. They just added 0.0 seconds left to the clock, and instead of 35-31, it's 37-31. So there was probably a shot at the buzzer that they counted. So it helps the total even more. They put up 68 points in that first half. It did get over or under Mike's 77 he had in the first half. No Toledo team total. We missed that by 3 points. But we do cash Toledo first half. I had 2.5. Mike has 3. And you know what that means?
That's what I'm talking about. This shit means something to me, man.
Hey, even if you're fucking cashing 1 and losing 2, it still fucking means something to you.
Still means something. Gives me more bullets to fire later on.
Absolutely.
So I'm looking at this Timberwolves game. The Timberwolves Nets. I don't like it being the Nets. The Nets have been under team for me, it feels like. But the total was 230. It's now 226. All the money's coming in on the under. It's moved down 4 points, and it's been going over by a margin of 20. So we may get there with this Minnesota. This one has the early makings of a pimp slap spot right there. We may have seen it.
Hell yeah, Leonard. We got that first half. We just missed the team total, which does suck. But the -2.5 first half, and then I actually did grab the full game over 152.5 at -113. I'd already grabbed that.
The full game over 152.5.
Yes. So if it's at 68 and they were accounting for an 86-point second half, that puts us at 154. I'm going to go look at the second half line now and see what that looks like.
I see 152 is the number on this book for the full game.
Grab it.
Yeah, that seems like that's a good spot.
That's what like 10, 11 off of
the
pre-tip
pregame
off
number. Yeah.
Yeah.
Just want to see this other book. This other book takes its sweet ass time opening up the second half lines. Just want to see if the number's a little better over here.
The second half number. What's hilarious is the second half total I'm showing right now is 85.5. So they got it. They got to know something that we don't.
85.5, and we had 68. Is that the number? Yep.
And that's been correlating with the trend we've been talking about throughout today. You know, the lower scoring first half, the second half explodes. The higher scoring first half, it slows down tremendously the second half.
No, you don't have to twist my arm that much. I'll jump in here as well. Give me that over 152 for the live number.
So you got 152 even, no half?
Yeah, 152 even. It's kind of strange. Usually I see a hook in there.
You can push. I can. I got 152.5. I want to see if there's a second half team total on Toledo. For some reason, I feel like they do score the second half.
I wish I'd seen this.
What's that?
It's that MAC trend. When the numbers are over 160, it's 5 and 7 to the under.
I thought you did bring that up, or I thought you brought something up.
Like no, this one came up. There was something else I was reading earlier, but this one popped up later.
So Toledo's team total in game right now, 80.5. They got 37. So what does that put? 40. You need 44 points in the second half.
Yep. I think we're in store for some scoring here. I like that 152.
Yep. Well, you know what? Let's not put too many eggs in too many baskets in this fucking game. We already did that the first half. We'll mess around with that total. Mess around with that total, and we still have Toledo by 5.5. We're looking pretty up 6. You know, do they win the second half or? Let's see. Are they favored second half money line? I believe. Yeah, they're minus 164 on the money line. So we can sweat out that 5.5, and then we got total.
No, I'm moving. I already got that.
Big Ten totals at 128 or lower have been hitting to the over at a 70% plus clip in the tournament.
Yeah, Lee's my guy. He's got those trends rolling too. He knows.
I love that trend. I mean, actually, 128 or lower, because that Penn State game is 130.5, and me and Razor are on opposite sides of that. And I do not like being on the opposite side of Razor's picks. Not one bit.
I don't like it when he breaks my balls about it too. There's no way, right, Mike? There's no way.
He's always
got this Iona game about to pop off too here. So just a reminder, I took the first half -7 and the full game -14 on the Iona spot today. So let's go. We got action. It's action time.
Oh yes, sir. Plus, hey, and if anyone's been watching, you know they see it on the ticker.
That's right.
You can't forget about the ticker, baby.
I love the ticker, man. It's great.
All righty. So
I lied about that Howard game. I did take some Howard action just now.
You just took some Howard action? What?
I did. I went with the first half. Give me the first half -1.5 points for Howard.
Howard -1.5 first half. Damn it, Mike. All right.
I don't know what they do full game, but
All right. I'll get in on some fucking Miak Semifinal action.
Just a little sprinkle on that thing.
I'm just a half unit. Let's put a little half unit on this bad boy. I got a minute till it tips.
Today's the kind of day where it doesn't. I don't feel bad just doing a smaller play on it because there's so many games going on that it's like I could take it and run with it. I actually got 13. The line's now 13.5 on the Iona game. So little last second movement against Iona, but that's okay.
I'm locked in on Howard -1.5, -110. If I wonder if that Iona line moved the first half, I may fuck around and find out. No, it's -8. No, thank you. I mean, but they could really just beat the shit out of fucking Niagara by like 15 in the first half, though.
Should beat them by. They should, but just because they should certainly doesn't mean
they will. Yeah, no, I got you.
Right. It's all right. We got some plays out there now. We've got this. I'm still on the -5.5 with Toledo. We took the over 152.5, and we've got Howard first half -1.5, and then I've got Iona -7 and -14. So
yeah,
just like that.
We're
fuck around and make some plays.
We're adding some. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna go over to our little banner. I'm gonna hit hide real quick. We're gonna edit this bad boy. We're gonna go with live action.
I like it. I was clicking through. Here we go.
We got Toledo -5.5. Full game.
$39.5 team total gets to 37. What a kick in the nuts. It's all right, though.
Yeah, that is a fucking kick in the nuts.
It's all right. Especially because it was looking so off, and then to get that close at the end is like, oh, really?
Howard.
See, the legal books are lucky with me being in New York because I would have hammered Iona across everything, but can't bet in state. How's that work in Vegas? Can you bet on the teams in Vegas for while you're in Vegas?
Oh yeah, 100%. There's not there is not any restrictions, but I could bet. I mean, I could bet on the Knights. I can bet on shit, even the Aces. That's really all we have.
Yeah, I can get on all the pro teams. I just can't do it for college teams.
Oh yeah, UNLV. Totally. I mean, the only thing that may not have a market available is like a women's college basketball game. Like I bet Boyd, so sometimes there's not markets available, but like Stations casinos, if it's up and they have someone doing it, you can bet them. What is your live action you got right now, Mike? Let me hold on. Pimp, slap, POV. Yeah, what is it?
We got Howard first half -1.5.
Howard first half -1.5. Got it.
Iona -7 in the first half and -14 full game.
I got that already as your play, so I'm not going to add that in the live.
Okay, and then we did the over 152 for the Toledo game, and then I've got Toledo -5.5 as well in play.
Gotcha. Ohio, Toledo, over 152, and Toledo -5.5 full game. Here, perfect. We'll run that across. Add up some additional live plays on there. And then how are we looking? Still no tip. Iona Niagara just tipped off. Niagara got the first bucket. Iona misses. Niagara grabs the rebound.
I'm trying to. I got a couple of books with this Howard first half. I'm trying to get my last one here with this first half play too, but it's messing with me.
I think it's already tipped. Or you said you're trying to get a live play?
Yeah, I'm trying to get it. Just it's the last book I didn't touch it on, so trying to get there, but it's not cooperating with me. It keeps flirting between -1.5 and +0.5. I don't care what the number. Give me 2 at this point. I'll take a 2. Just give me something. I'm gonna have to move on. It's like it'll show up for a second and then it's down. They must be shooting free throws.
And of course, ESPN is just slow as molasses. I have no idea. I just show 18:50 left in the first.
Oh, fuck. Rejected my bet. Come on.
They rejected your bet?
Yeah, I'm trying to get this live number for this Howard first half. They tied it up, so it's 2-2. Back in the game.
Oh gosh. It's not over yet. It is not over yet.
Maybe they're doing me a favor. All right, I'm not going to sit here and keep looking at the same spot. You know, that book's going to catch a little reprieve, I guess.
Oh yeah. And then let's see. I'm trying to look on Twitter to see if anyone else that we roll with is like active right now. See if we can get someone else to come on here with us.
Join us in our fun.
Yeah. Let's see here. And of course, the Twitter algorithm is just showing me nothing but people I don't follow. You know what I'll do? I'll just quote this.
All right, we've got more action peeling off here shortly too.
So another 30 minutes for another couple tip-offs.
Yep. We're going to have Penn State rolling at the +2 and whatever number I can get now. And we're going to go UConn first half and full game. We already shared those ones earlier though, right? I think we had those earlier.
Yeah.
Just keep my eyes on the ticker and see what this ticker says here. It's like the stock exchange here. It's a buy. It's a heavy buy sign.
Oh yeah. What am I taking? That live action is right here. It's playing right now.
There it is. Howard first half -1.5. There it is. Terrible. Let's go.
Hey, we're fucking riding.
We're fucking going.
That's what I'm talking about. This shit means something to me, man.
That looks a lot like a guy I know too. Every time it shows up, it looks exactly like a guy I know.
Oh, dude, I found that video and I'm like, it's the first video I've even added to my StreamYard collection, and I'm like, oh yeah, that's definitely got to go in there.
The guy I know doesn't strike me as a crier though. Certainly not about anything like that. That's great. All right, early action. Howard's getting blown out, 8-4.
Rip it up. Rip up that ticket.
Put that one away.
It's a fucking loser. All right. Yep. 8-4. So a whopping 3 minutes has passed by in that Howard game.
That's why I always laugh when I say that. It's like it just started. Makes me feel better.
Iona pulling ahead 8-6.
Let's go. These games literally just started.
UConn Marquette and Penn State Northwestern, a couple of nice Big East, Big Ten matchups. Isn't the Big East ahead in their tournament already, like by a day?
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah, I think they're in the semi. Let me just double check.
Yeah, because this UConn Marquette's a semifinal game, isn't it?
Yep. Semifinal, quarterfinal. Wow. Here's a little low key matchup that we have not talked about today, and it's not till another hour and 20 minutes away. But what about Akron and Kent State?
The MAC. We're staying in the MAC.
Absolutely.
Boy, that's a tough one, huh?
I feel like this is the stronger side of the bracket anyway. I feel like the winner's coming out of this matchup anyway. That'll be the game that I feel like that's going to be the game that decides this conference who's going to win it.
That Kent State game?
Yeah. I feel like whoever wins that game, either Kent State or Akron, I feel like that's who's going to win the tournament.
Boy, Ohio's stepping up now, huh? Ohio's trying to come back and make it a game? Scumbags? Couldn't push the total up in the first half. They got to do it in the second half.
Oh yeah, we got 8 points in the first minute and 20. The first minute and a half.
Let's go. Let's push that number.
Hey, that'll play perfectly into what we were thinking though. If they have any chance of flirting with the actual total, like the pregame total. Howard is wow, they're down 13-7.
Great.
Foul on AJ Brown in that Toledo, Ohio game.
So you like that over, huh? In this Penn State game?
I do. Like I was saying before, I think Penn State pulls out the win, and I think if the dog is going to win outright, I think the game's going to go over. And interesting enough, looks like that total's dropped to 129.
In the Penn State game?
Yeah, can you do a little money breakdown on that?
Sure. %76% of the bets and 83% of the money are on the over. It's dropping?
And it's dropped, yep.
I tell you what, that number is getting low though. 129 is getting low. I've seen two types of Penn State. I watch a lot of the Penn State games, and I've seen them two types. They're either way over the number or they're way under the number. There's like nothing right in between it. So
you know what? That really scares me too, with all that money on the over and it's dropped. That kind of makes me want to find a spot to hedge off, maybe if I can, but
that's probably why I made Razor's card there, because the money's moving in the opposite direction of where it's expected to be. I'm sure that's gambler's first client style right there.
Yeah, that makes sense to me.
Dogs are barking.
Oh yeah, the kiddos are getting out of school here, so she loves. So I got a German Shepherd. She's 2, and she loves to sit on the back balcony patio and just watch the kids like walk home from school and like ride their scooters and stuff. And the scooter, you know how the scooters make sound on the sidewalk?
Oh yeah.
If she hears that, she just starts barking. Oh wow, Toledo, Ohio. Ohio's on a little 10-5 run. So 42.
Yeah. Push that number for us. Let's get it.
I mean, what did we get? 15 points in 4 minutes.
Numbers at 152.5 live now, so it's definitely drifting upwards.
Well, isn't that right where we got it though?
Yeah. I mean, it was down to 151.5. It went to 152. Now it's 152.5 again. So
we're on pace. We're on pace.
Yeah. We should have just pounded that 163 under. Just said, screw it.
Yeah.
Mac games with huge numbers like that, unders.
We should have. But I mean, how funny would that have been? Because I mean, I know our first thought was on that first half over. Had we have fire. I didn't even fire away on the first half over, but had it have been funny had we did that? Take the first half over, but then this full game under. Howard smacks a 3, 13-10 ball game there.
All right.
Just win by 2. That's all you got to do.
All we need.
Yeah.
Don't have to overexert yourselves, fellas. Just get it in there for us.
Just tap it in.
Just tap it in. I see somebody on Twitter came up on my timeline, and they got a couple of the plays that I like later on, and I did not like that. Say what you will about the trends and the styles, but like some of them, they're obscure. And when I find the spots that I don't see anybody else on, I feel a lot better about it. When I start seeing guys piling in, I feel like I'm the first one that recognized that public trend.
Yeah. I feel the same way. Like there's people that I trust, or there's people that I necessarily like. If they like something, I might think the other way. But yeah, like I hate seeing like a bunch of people on the same thing as I'm on.
Yeah.
Where are we at here? Niagara's up 17-12.
No, great.
Niagara's up 17-12. There might be maybe a little in-game Iona spot available here. I'm gonna let it go another like 5 minutes. I'll check out at that like 7-minute mark, but hopefully. Oh yeah. Still in the timeout. Nothing going on in this game. Okay, right before the timeout. Perfect. How about you limit the turnovers there? Limit the turnovers there, Howard.
Let's go.
Where are we looking?
I had a tennis play I was going to make earlier, and I missed it, but she just retired. The girl that she was playing against just retired, so.
Oh, so she's not even playing the match?
No, they started. She beat her up real good. I think 5-1 in the first set, and then the girl retired, so wouldn't matter. Would have been a push. All but one of my books will refund if somebody retires in the match. My one local book will keep that money. He don't care.
That's wow. And you
if it retires to my advantage, he'll pay me. But
okay. What was the play?
It was Rebecca Peterson.
Okay.
She ended up going. She was playing Zhang. Actually, she didn't even finish the first set. She was up 3-0, and then Zhang retired. That's weak. Wow. Why even start the match?
Like
she got hurt.
Like retired from the match, or retired her career?
No. Just from the match. Match. But why start it at that point? You're three games in, and you're not even through the first set, and you're retired? What's wrong with you?
Probably just feeling more along the lines of, damn, I really don't got it today.
Yeah. Boy, I suck today. I better not embarrass myself. I'll just retire.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know much about tennis at all. I think like one of the last tennis matches like I can even remember watching, it was like I believe it was Wimbledon when the two American guys had the longest game like ever played.
Oh yeah.
That's like the last I've ever seen or watched any tennis. I just thought it was cool that they had played so many damn games.
I think that was Wimbledon. I think you're right.
And it had to be like what at this point, like 10, 12 years ago.
I don't even think it was that long ago. I remember going to bed and it was just starting, and then I woke up and it was still going, and I was like, "You got to be kidding me! How's that even possible?"
I'm looking it up right now. Yeah, it was 2010, 13 years ago.
The older you get, the less time feels like it moves that fast, you know?
No, I mean, I just see it going faster. Time has just been going faster and faster for me as I've been getting.
It goes fast, but then you look back at it and you're like, that's been 13 years already? What the hell?
No, exactly. Like it goes so fast it doesn't feel like it. Like the other day, I was having a conversation with my buddy because he had bought, like, one of my friends had bought my dad's old car off of him for like, I don't know, like $1,100 or something like that. And he went to go start it up the other day, and the battery, like, it wouldn't start. So he went to go replace the battery, thinking, you got a 3-year warranty on that thing. And he was like, "Oh yeah, I only bought the car like 2.5 years ago." And the dude's like, "Oh no, you got it 4 years ago." He's like, "I'll give it to you, but yeah, 4 years just felt like 2.5 to us."
All right, what do we got going on here?
There's no action in this Toledo and Ohio game. It's a TV timeout, 43-41. Maryland Eastern Shore Howard. It's a TV timeout, 11:43 left in the first half, 13-10. Howard's down 3. And looks like Niagara Iona. It's 17-14, 10-16 left in the first. Niagara just missed a 3. Iona, I'm waiting to see if they got the rebound or not. Bang! Toledo dunk. They're up 45-41.
Iona just banged out a 3 there. We're tied. We're right back in this
17
thing.
up, 17 up. Yes, sir.
We'll take it. We will take it.
And there's still plenty of time for Iona to go on a run and still win this first half by like 10, 12, 15 points too. They'll probably flirt around with your first half, though. They're going to flirt around with you. Niagara goes back, slams another 3, 2017.
That's
just exchanging 3 balls over there.
I get on it. I get it in my head that a team sucks, and then it doesn't matter. I can't undo it.
You know what's terrible too is I like the only play that I said I'd play in this Howard game was the under, and I ended up taking the Howard first half with you. I should have just fucking took the under, 23 points in this first 10 minutes. It looks like there's still a minute and a half, but what was it? 143, right?
I don't recall. I don't.
No, it was 140.
We looked at that Howard game so little that it's hard to believe it even ended up on the card. That was like a last minute. It's coming up. Let me get something in. I was telling Jimmy that he does a good job of that, where he's like, all right, let me take a breath. Let me take a minute. Let me get this in. It's important to tell yourself that kind of stuff because it's easy to get flustered when these games come up and it's like, oh shit, I got to get it all in.
Yeah.
Chill out.
I think that's one thing that not a lot of people talk about, like the mental side of your betting, like staying mentally strong as well. Because, know, if you go on a winning streak or you go on a losing streak, right, you could start hammering out bets feeling you're never going to lose. I mean, if you're streaking, you're streaking. But also like the negative aspects of being on a losing streak and the overthinking and, sometimes you talk yourself off of games that are winners because you're overthinking because you've been doing nothing but losing. I think it's easier to just that's why I'm in this mood right now. I'd rather not overthink and get stuck in my head. I'd rather fire out a bunch of smaller plays and just,
Yeah.
get it all out of my system.
I like that. I think it's, again, got to go with what's comfortable, what you're comfortable with. You certainly don't want to be sitting. I've been there before. Big play out there and you're sweating it going, and if I lose this and this, you don't want to be sitting there. I have a friend of mine asks all the time, what was your mental frame of mind when you made that play? And it's important. You certainly don't want to be sitting there thinking, I don't want to lose.
And I don't know. I feel like, at least with a couple of my buddies, they always put themselves in this predicament of like, I got to get it all back. And I try to talk them out of that type of thinking and that type of mentality. And I'm like, you don't got to go get it all back. You can just chip away at it and get it all
right.
back.
Right.
You start piecing together some winners, and then all of a sudden you can't lose. But I mean, it works the other way around too, right? I mean, you get a couple losers that come through, you can start streaking the other way. I'm just a strong believer in, keeping your bankroll open and not, potentially taking yourself out in one game. And one of my buddies, he came through. Do you remember the guy who came in under this channel, Better's Bets, and he was talking about what was it, UNLV money line against who the fuck was it? It was the game before they played Reno, Utah State. He was saying Utah State doesn't need to win the game; they have nothing for us. That's the buddy who I did all my college football videos with. And he loves to he likes to take big money, throw it on a single game, right? He'll do like 330 for 300. And then what he'll do is he'll take his whole 630 and throw it on another game. And I'm like, why, dude? He'll be like, oh, because then I'll be up. And I'm like, yeah, but then you'll lose everything off one game when you just bet everything off of one game.
I have some friends that are one game bettors too. They'll see me and they'll see how I like to play the volume. I like to get a lot of stuff out there. They might not be, mortgage plays every play, but I'll get a bunch of them in play, and then you add them up at the end of the night, and it works out to be a nice day. But some guys are just strictly one and done. I can't bet. I can't have anything more than one going on, and I can't even think about the next game until the first one's done. Like, well, it's not how I operate. I don't roll like that.
See, I'm also one where a couple of my buddies, they gotta watch the game. If they got money on it, they gotta see it. And I'm not necessarily that way. I can bet volume and I can walk away and I can go, go do other things or go live my life while the games are going on, because to me, I feel like you do too. You look at things analytically a lot. So these games,
I don't need to see the game. It's a byproduct to go to watch it.
Right. If it's a good game or if it's, a good matchup, I'd love to watch it. But other than that, I'd have no problem, putting on horseshit tech and or betting on horseshit tech and not watching the game. And, to me, it's just numbers.
Right. Team A versus Team B.
Yeah. Oh, it looks like Kelly just gave you a shout on Twitter. I don't bet tennis, but good info. I hope Scott.
I saw that. Was it Medvedev? Yeah.
Yeah.
Medvedev, yeah.
I'll
take it. Thanks, Kelly. I'm not sure if she's watching, but
yeah, you know what? I'm gonna go message her right now. The link.
My non-degenerate buddies that follow me on Twitter and stuff see people throwing stuff out there like that. Like, what are you doing? You're betting on this? You're betting on that? Don't worry about it. It's out of context. Don't worry about it. That Toledo, Ohio game is gonna be a sweater for us on this total.
Did the scoring slow down then?
It did, and the live line's moving between 152 and 149. So it's at 150.5 right now. It's still there. There's still an option.
Still just on pace.
Yeah.
Riding the wave on pace. Well, hopefully we can keep that game. I mean, unfortunately, we got the 5.5, but hopefully we can keep it at a close enough space or a close enough spread to where we can get some fouling late and get that total.
Yeah, total's at 8.5 now. So, or the numbers at 8.5.
In game 8.5.
Yep.
Let's see.
What do we got? Well, Kansas.
Yeah. Oh, the under in this Howard game would be looking really pretty right now. 17-13, 8:25 left.
Shit. Didn't even. I don't even know what happened there. That is what it is. We're in it. We own it. I'll own it.
We're. Hey, there's plenty of time left to still win by 2. You just need to win by
plenty of time and plenty of games.
All right, see, we got 3 people in here. I mean, it's been about where we've been at all day, but hey, small little channel. It's just me and Mike. None of the big dogs here today. So far yet. We'll be on another stream a little bit later with our board razor sharp picks. But if you guys haven't already, hit the like button. If you have, I appreciate it. But we're just trying to pass some time along with some midday basketball. Well, mid-evening basketball for Mike over on the East Coast. But until the bigger games start and the bigger streams start, we wanted to just ride along all day long.
Hang out.
Exactly. Hang out, make some bets, win some money. I've been floating about even all day, so I need to get a streak tonight. That's where we're gonna start. We're gonna start the streak. How many timeouts are gonna be in this Ohio Toledo game? I feel like every time I've looked at it, it's a TV timeout. And 27 points in 8 minutes is not that great. We need more.
I'm looking at the slate today. There's so many good games on today.
UConn Marquette. I think I'm just gonna lock in UConn minus 4.5 now.
Yep.
And I might mess around with their team total.
Ohio just make a shot from the parking lot? Woo! Let's go. Let's push that number.
I'd love to hear it.
49ers announced Brock Purdy underwent successful elbow surgery. Well, that's good.
Okay. What score are you looking at in the Toledo, Ohio game?
52-48. And there's a miss. 52-48 with Ohio coming back. 10:45 to go.
Yeah, I'm showing this in-game total 147.5.
Interesting. So we got some big games kicking off now. We've got this Penn State thing rolling. We've got UConn rolling. We've got a bunch of in-play stuff already rolling. We've got Niagara sticking it to Iona 24-23. I don't know where that came from, where this Niagara team came from.
Oh, wow. They rejected my Connecticut bet because the game started. However, the minus 110 turns into a minus 102.
There you go.
And then I don't know how you feel about this, but I caught the tail end of Jimmy's show this morning, right? And the Nuggets and Spurs total, there was a shit ton of money on the under, and the total still went up. And I see it now at 237.5, and I believe it was like I think it was like 235.5 when he called it out earlier today.
I see 55% of the bets and 61% of the money is on the over. But I'm still seeing it around 236. It looks like it opened at 236. I don't. The opening number could have been the overnight number on an offshore book. I'm not entirely sure, but
Gotcha.
Nuggets and Spurs. Feels like an over game.
Yeah.
Hmm.
I mean, that's a lot of points. But I mean, I know the Spurs give up a shit ton of points.
I think the Sixers handle the Blazers tonight. I think that's going to be a no-brainer.
Sixers, did you get them by the 8.5?
Yeah, I see him at 8.5 right now. I haven't. I guess it's getting close to time, isn't it?
Let's see here. Yeah, and the Nets and T-Wolves at 226. You had a trend for that over.
Yeah, I'm going to take that over.
Take the Sixers.
I'm not, Lee. We were just talking about it. I'm not sure. I didn't look at a lot of NBA today. First of all, I had a shit day in the NBA yesterday after I had a great day in a lot of other spots. So I kind of once bitten, twice shy, I guess. I see that there's a spot for Toronto tonight against the Lakers. I like that. I do see the Blazers, when there's faves of 10 points coming home from at least a 4-game road trip, are 120-1, which would suggest a Blazers spot tonight. But there's an extra day's rest in there too, so it's kind of a skewed number. It's not as true as it should be.
We need to pick up the pace in this Ohio Toledo game. They've only put up 34 points in the first 10 minutes of this second half. We have the 150. Well, Mike has 152. I have 152.5. In game last time I checked, it was at 147.5. Looks like it is falling more. Nope, I'm still showing a 147.5 in game right now. Marquette takes a quick 2-0 lead, a minute and a half into the game.
Oh boy, blowing them out.
Rip up the ticket.
Howard's down by 4. Iona's tied it up at 27. We need Iona to fucking put it in gear right now. Let's go. 7 points is a tall order when you're sitting there with 4 minutes to go and it's tied.
I only went in on the Howard bet with you. I'm not on Iona.
Oh, looks like you dodged a bullet on that one.
Yeah, and I'm partially upset that I was not in on this Howard under.
Yeah, that's
that 140. That I even said. I said if I'm gonna bet that game, the only action I'm taking is the under, and then I got Howard -1.5 first half. 58-48. Toledo is up 10 on Ohio. We may potentially split yet again, 1-1 on this Toledo game. Might miss that total, but get the full game cover.
Story of the day.
Split City. Howard is down 4. Maryland Eastern just turned the ball over. 4:48 left in the first half. We need a bucket, and we need it now. And that UConn game, don't really have to stress anything about that early. Did you take any first half action on that?
I did, yeah. I got the minus, I think it was -2 I took first half. So first half full game double up spot for me on that one. And
I'm just on the 4.5 full game -102. Penn State Northwestern just tipped. We're on the other side. We're on the opposite side of razor sharp picks. Not typically a spot you're looking to want to be, but I'm on the over 130.5.
I got the +2. I went Penn State with the +2. Give me that Penn State action tonight.
You're on that Penn State cock?
Penn State cock.
Yes, sir.
7 o'clock window crept up quick on us. Who knew? Who knew it was moving that fast today?
Hey, time flies when you're having fun.
Sure does. Sitting around watching a 2-hour game, and all of a sudden, what happened?
Oh wow, yeah, there's literally not a bucket in the first minute and a half of this Penn State Northwestern game. Love to see that. Howard cut it to within 19-18. We got a 60-53 in that Ohio Toledo game, so that's a 113 with 7 minutes left. It's not looking great. What do we need? 153. We need 40 points in 7 minutes.
Could tie it up and go to overtime. I would rather not see that happen, but
I mean, that's what I'm saying. I think it's a little more believable that we split. We get the cover and then we lose the total. But I mean, in that case, we could still split if it goes to overtime and we get the total over and then we miss the full game. But either way, here we need fucking Howard, and we need Howard now. 3.5 minutes. It's go time. And Maryland Eastern Shore fouls. TV timeout. 3:24 left in the first. Marquette up 8-5. First 4 minutes and 9 seconds in the game. Already a timeout. Northwestern up 2-0. Looks like they just won a possession arrow. And I really want to watch this game. What is it on?
there's so many good games on right now. It's hard to even pick one.
It's on the
I
big
need like the NFL Red Zone.
I know. I need the Octo box right now. I need all the games.
Yeah.
Iona pulls ahead 1 with 3 minutes left. You can get a little scoring run to end the half. So we got 45 points in the first 13 minutes of the second half. That's not what the fuck we were looking for. Niagara hits a jumper, 31-30. I think your first half's in the water.
Sounds like it's cooked.
Penn State turns the ball over. They're not doing shit. Only 0 for 3 from the field. Northwestern 1 for 6 from the field. Penn State 0 for 3. But I don't think they have how many turnovers? Yep, 3 turnovers.
Looking at a Memphis. Oh, I like Arkansas too. Jeez, what do you think about that Arkansas Texas A&M game? Did you get a chance to look at that one at all?
You know what? I didn't see any value on it compared to my spread because I had it as about a pick 'em.
Yeah, that's what
But
the line looks like too.
let me pop this in over here. Let me take a look over it on action though. I didn't take a look at all. Let's see. And the thing about it is Arkansas has been really hot.
Yeah.
I say that, and then I look at their last 5. They lost 3 against Alabama, Tennessee, and Kentucky. That was 3 tough matchups there. Covered against Alabama, got blown out against Tennessee. Not blown out, but they lost by 11 to Kentucky. And against Kentucky, they were 5-point favorites and lost by 11. 4-1 to the over. Texas A&M is 2-3 to the under. Let's see. They beat Alabama by 6 at home. Lost to Mississippi State, though. Beat Tennessee. Oh. I mean, just looking at those last 5 matchups and looking at the similar teams that they've both played against, I mean, I would lean Texas A&M by the 1 here. I mean, I had it when I did it. I had it as a pick 'em, so I don't see any value in that play. But I mean, if you look at the money as well, I mean, you got 48% of the bets, 91% of the money on Arkansas. So I would definitely look at taking Texas A&M by the 1.
All right. Howard pulled up 23-19, minute 50 to go, first half.
Hey, okay. We might hit a bet in what seems like it's been like 45 minutes. Like 45 minutes since we've last won a bet. Toledo's
I know
11.
Ron Crawford's spreadsheet of the day was Arkansas. So shout out to Ron and that Arkansas spot. I don't know.
So Ron's like an Arkansas as well.
He had that down as his play of the day. So I'm assuming he had good reason to say it, but
first 4 minutes and 10 seconds in that Penn State game, only 4 points. Yeah, that's not looking great at all.
Yeah.
Another timeout called in this Ohio-Toledo game. Ohio called timeout. They are up. Toledo, should I say, is up 11, 64-53, which puts us at 117. Yeah, no shot. Total is dead in the water. I will call that now. We are looking at the Toledo cover of 5.5. So we can play us a little video here. Howard first half as well.
Roll the clip.
I will roll that clip indeed.
So let's go, money. Get in my bank account. Fucking Iona. What a shit show.
Are they down 1
What
still?
a bad time for Iona to blow it, too, because that's how they end up on my dead to me list. Niagara. It'd be exciting for the area to have Niagara make the tournament, but and if they take out Iona, I don't know who the hell's left. There's a
Me
tie.
either, actually. I don't.
Iona drops a 3-pointer at the buzzer to tie it at halftime. Just enough to screw anybody that had Niagara's first half money line.
Yep, pretty much. Well, actually, doesn't that just push?
Yeah, but it was probably sitting at.
Gotta pay out, yeah.
It was probably sitting around plus 300. You know, with 1.1 seconds to go, you're thinking I just cashed a plus 300 on Niagara. And if you play Niagara, it's your school, so you're probably excited, going, "Oh, I can't believe it!"
Yeah, that's true.
Bang that 3 with no time left. All right, let's keep it going. Penn State, 4-3, down 1.
Ooh, that total looks disgusting. Alrighty. Oh, I just found another great video here. Oh, yeah.
I'll be right back.
Sounds good. There we go. I found us a good video to play once we hit. Another 14 seconds to tick by so we can cash this. 26-22 in 2 seconds. Whatever you do, don't hit a 3 ball. And of course, Toledo's going to mess around, let Ohio come within 6. 3.5 left. We got 5.5 on that game. Boom! Howard, first half, 1.5. Let's go. Let's go. I'm going to wait for Mike to come back before I play this awesome new video I just managed to find. Somehow, some way. I will play because we did hit Howard first half. You know, got to hit this.
That's what I'm talking about. This shit means something to me, man.
Howard hits, and I just in time, man, because I found us another video. Howard, first half, -1.5. Cash it.
I like it, man. I actually know, not even like it. I love it. My dick is hard right now. That's how excited I am about this.
That's a good one.
Yes,
like
sir.
I don't just like it. I love it.
I love it. My dick is hard. Actually.
That's great.
We're gonna get to sweat out this Toledo, Ohio, Toledo 5.5 full game because they are up 7, 2:17 left with the timeout.
Why not sweat?
You know, yeah, I don't know. Why not?
So I was telling you, I was trying to get that 1.5 in on Howard on this one book that I couldn't, it wouldn't open up for me. And then it finally did it live. It was a money line first half because the spread went to +1.5. So I got it at +145 on that first half Howard money line in this book. The book that was kind of dragging its ass for me. I still got the -1.5 on the other books, but I ended up with this +145. I'll take it. Take some plus monies, you know?
Absolutely. When would you not?
I kind of felt like shit. If I like it at -1.5, and now it's +1.5, and they're giving me plus money on it, what's not to like?
That continues the trend of the constant teetering win and loss of this live betting stream so far.
Yeah.
And what is that? 131 in this Ohio Toledo game? 131?
Is it? Jeez.
Yeah, it was 69-62. Man, we should have just fucking hopped on that 163 or 162 under. Like, no second thoughts, no second guessing, just slammed it.
And it was pressure was coming in on the under too. As we were talking about it too, it was like, oh. Fucking Iona. Watch Iona come out and whoop the shit out of Niagara in the second half now. What's that number?
Ooh, second half number? That's very interesting.
-8.5. So it was 14 dropped to 13.5, and now it's -8.5.
8.5?
Mm-hmm. Second half.
What's the total?
70.5. Juice to the over.
70.5. So I mean, it finished 70 right here. I'm just trying to think. So if you let's just say we get 28 points out of.
I can't believe we won that Howard bet.
I
It's
know,
awesome.
honestly. That is crazy.
I mean, they were down like the entire game, and then I
They were
refreshed.
down until
Oh,
they were
not
down until like the 3-minute mark or like the 2:45 mark, something like that.
Take it. Doesn't have to be pretty. It just has to be a W.
I like it, man. I actually know, not even like it. I love it. My dick is hard right now. That's how excited I am about this.
That's how excited I was about a fucking Howard first half cover that I didn't even plan to bet.
The game we didn't even really look at.
So sometimes it just works out that way, right?
Hey, don't look a gift horse in the mouth or something like that. Isn't that the saying? Something like that. I parlayed Kansas and Memphis together, both on the money line. It was a plus 115 spot.
Ah, see, because I have that same money line, except I also have Miami money line added to that.
I think I might have taken that in there as well. On a different one. Let me make sure I'm not just talking shit.
I got that was one of my posted picks. I did a 3-team money line parlay. It was Miami money line, Kansas money line, Memphis money line plus 387.
I have Memphis, Kansas, and then Miami plus 3. Maybe I heard you say it enough that it stuck in my head. And it's plus 300.
Plus 300. Nice.
Plus 300 with plus 3.
Absolutely. I mean,
and then for kicks, I did Memphis money line first half, Kansas money line first half, and Memphis plus 1.5 first half. And that one pays out at 328. So,
Ooh.
A couple little spots.
So we're at 73.67. So that's 140. 1 minute 26 left. And
my fucking boy screwed my head up this morning. He talked about the over in the UConn game so much this morning that I immediately just shut it off. I was like, that's not even an option for me. This guy's talked about it too much. Now it looks like it's on its way.
Really? Yeah, 22-19. Holy shit.
Yeah. And I think it was 140 or 141 he kept talking about it. Fucking guy.
Wow.
It's dangerous to have conversation with people before you get a chance to look at the numbers, you know? Yeah. Before you can look at the games yourself.
You get ideas put into your head that aren't yours.
Yep. I need that first hour of the day not to talk to anybody so I can just look at it, evaluate it, find my spots.
Why are so many people on Duke? I don't get it. I don't want anything to do with Duke, especially without Coach K. And this is their first tournament appearance without him. I don't get it.
I said earlier when we were talking to kick the stream off air, I think Miami's in the best spot they could be. They took a bad loss to Florida State at home just like a week ago. And now they're in a position to go out there and slap Duke in the mouth. And they're getting 3 points for it, too, for their trouble. Yeah. Go ahead. I had Miami last year winning all the way to the Final Four. And then I even had him as a national champion. But each stage of the way that they won, obviously the numbers were increasingly better. Covered all my future bets with Miami going as far as they did last year. And I still turned a little bit of a profit. It was nice.
Hell yeah. Are you looking at well, I mean, it's hard to say with everything still going on, but so what are some teams that you're riding for the tourney? Into the tourney.
I haven't given too much thought to it yet, just because I try to wait until Selection Sunday to really start to hammer in. But I think it's going to be hard pressed not to see the standard teams there that get there: Houston, Gonzaga, Kansas, Kentucky. I think are all they're the big schools. I just think they're built for right now, and they've been doing it consistently. The Zags would be probably. There's probably some good value on them, even though they've been dominating. Well, the value's probably gone now, but they were kind of a wishy-washy. I don't want to call them a bubble team, but
I would have said like 2 weeks ago.
Yeah,
you could have gotten great value on Gonzaga.
And I don't think anybody from the Big Ten is going to be relevant. The Big Ten's just not. I don't. As much as I like the conference, I don't put much stock in their ability to match up with other schools at this time of year. So if Penn State can make a run and get in, and I'm a Penn State guy, so selfishly I would lean that direction. But I think Texas has a good shot too. I think Texas has got the right emotional pathway there to kind of line up and make it happen. So that with the coaching changes and the things that have taken place, like they've faced adversity and turmoil, and here they go, right? I think that's a good shot too. But I really haven't given it too much thought. I've got a couple of different brackets that I do. Everyone does brackets, right? But I got a couple of spots that are some big money brackets that are low entries, big returns, lots of people in them. So I'll probably get a little more serious about it come Sunday, right? Sunday, Monday time frame. I got a Calcutta on Tuesday.
Okay.
So I'll get into that. You ever get into Calcuttas?
No.
So you buy teams, basically. You go out there and you bid on teams and buy them for the tournament. That's always fun. Then based on each stage of the game. Yeah, so all the money goes into a pot, and then based on, there's a percentage calculation they use to determine payouts and winners. But every time your team advances, you get paid out. But like a school like Texas, I don't know what's a good number one right now. Houston somebody will probably buy Houston for like $3,000 or $4,000. And then they'll win. If Houston wins it all, they'll make out pretty decent on the pot. But you got to definitely front load it to get one of those good schools. I like to go in there with the lower seeded schools. Especially like the play-ins, they'll give you both play-in spots for maybe $5-10. And if they can go 2 rounds, you can pick up a couple $100 off of it. So it works out. There's different ways to look at it, I guess. I got another pool that I get excited about where they do it against the spread. So they use the USA Today published spread, and there's a randomizer that determines the teams that you get based on your entry. So everybody gets equal weighting of the teams that they get out there, and I think you get 4. Based on the 4, they play against the spread. So if I've got Houston and the spread's -24, and they're playing in Eastern Carolina, and Houston doesn't cover the spread but wins, the guy that had Eastern Carolina takes over Houston and moves on to the next round. So it's kind of a different way to do it.
Really?
So you got to cover the spread to advance. And it's a unique one. I got into that one when I lived in Philadelphia a bunch of years ago, and I haven't seen anything like it. So I stick around that thing.
Because like me and my buddies, when we do ours, it's like, all right, everyone puts in pot, and then it's all on ESPN, and it's just points.
Yeah.
So I've never done anything alternatively that way, but that sounds really cool. There's definitely different angles that you could take. You could especially with the big pot. Yeah, you find yourself a nice little small school that just advances you, and you just make money off your money. You're not necessarily caring about finding a winner all the way through. There's definitely different angles to attack on that. And you want to know fucking something insane? Our Toledo -5.5 is in jeopardy. It's 76-72 with 55 seconds left, but the total is back in play.
Maybe we get them both. Let's go. We could use that, dude. We could use that turn of events right now.
You're shitting me, though. That is insane.
Is there anything better than this time of year? I mean, it's great.
No, there isn't.
Penn State took the lead 11-10. UConn's up 24-21 against Marquette. We've got 0-0. Games just starting everywhere else. So let's go. Let's do it.
Memphis. Yeah. And shit, all the 4 o'clock slate, all the 7 o'clock slates are starting. Hell yes. 150 right now. We just got it. They're up 6, 78-72, 150. We need 2 or 3 more points to win, 2 to push for you. I can't push. I need 3 points.
Yeah, let's go. Let's go for a win.
And it looks like Ohio just fouled. Wow. I did not. I literally marked down the total as a loss. So that'll be nice. That'll be nice to bring that one back.
Yeah, we're right there, huh? 150? Woo.
Yeah. Nope, 151 right there. 79-72. Now, will Toledo foul when Ohio gets the ball? That's going to be the biggest question.
They shouldn't. There's no reason to foul. They're up.
Well, they just fouled on the last possession too. Up 6. That's how they brought it to within 4 at that point. Lee said, "Man, I had a March Madness pool I was doing back before C19 and consistently around 60K a year." Jeez, man. See, me and my buddies are not on that type of wave yet. Leonard asked you if the Nuggets are in a trifecta over situation tonight.
They didn't make my dashboard there, so I didn't see it. But hang on, take a look. I'll take a look on the fly.
Go ahead. I'll keep you updated on this Ohio Toledo game.
I need one eye to be able to hone in over there, the other over here.
We got the total 79-73. Let's go. Oh.
That's what I'm talking about. This shit means something to me, man.
Means something to me, man. I thought I marked that shit down as a loss.
No, I don't think it got there because of the most recent performance. There was a non-spread cover for Denver, so I think the team has to win them both. Huh. I don't know. Maybe. We'll rerun it here in a few minutes.
Rerun it. Oh, yeah. Kansas is opening up a can of whooping.
Yeah, I saw they won the first 2. I see that they did win the first 2, but they didn't cover the spread on the one. Might get there. It might get there. There's a couple of peripheral back pieces to that formula that have to fall into place. The shooting 3-point percentage has to be less than 45% the previous game that they played and the previous game that they played head-to-head. So there's a couple of spots that I'll have to take a look at. But when in doubt, fire away. That's what I always say.
Fire away. I mean, we've been firing on this one so far. Right now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I mean, I've only put in 7 bets in this 4 hours we've been live, but hey,
7's because hey, if they're winning, if they're the right bets, that's all that matters, right? Howard, first half winner.
We'll find out here soon enough how many just right bets we got. So I've been stuck on 30 seconds in this Ohio Toledo game for forever now.
Yeah, they're challenging something. Or they're reviewing something.
Are they reviewing the foul? Like the type of foul it is?
I wasn't looking, and then you said it, so I took a peek.
Yeah, because I just seen a free throw. I don't know. I don't see the foul anymore. So did they get rid of that foul? And I just seen we had someone come in. We are currently looking at the Toledo Ohio game. Us degenerates 2:00 tip off decided to go heavy in on the Toledo Ohio game. We had the Toledo team total over 39.5 first half that missed by 3 points. We had Toledo first half -2.5 that did hit for us. Mike had the first half total over that didn't hit either. However, we did jump in at halftime and take the total over the 152. He got 152. I got 152.5. So we're right on the cusp of that total now. Still sweating out that 5.5 full game for Toledo, and that is where we're currently at with 30 seconds left in the second half.
It's a lot of action on this one single MAC game for semifinal.
MAC semifinal game, bro. It was a 5 p.m. Eastern, 2 Pacific tip off. You know, nobody had their eyes on this one.
Oh,
Nobody.
this is the foul. They're at 153 though, so that gets us there on the total.
I love it.
Now we just need to hang on for this 5.5 with 30 seconds to go.
Hopefully Ohio fouls. Toledo sinks them both, and then there's that. Oh, I just seen what you said. So, okay. So who has the ball? Because I can't tell with this game cast sometimes.
What happened?
Oh, don't miss free throws, buddy. Come on. What are y'all shooting here tonight?
The broadcast must be flipping itself over.
If you go look at the final three, if you go look at the final 4 minutes in this game, it was 57-64 with 4:17 left.
Yeah, I don't know where all the points came from. It's like they just all of a sudden score.
Yeah,
steadily chipping away at it.
Well, yeah. I'm not going to say I'm not happy about it. And then we have what do we have? 8. So we can't afford a 3-ball, especially with the shot clock under a possession now.
Yep. 86 points in the second half. That's what we talked about. You said there. We were looking at, I forgot what number you had. You said 86 or 88 or something like that.
Yeah, the second half it was 86 because it was 77 first half and 86 second half. And what's absolutely insane is they're at 86 right this very second with 29
on the dot. Right. All right. 7-point game. 13 seconds to go.
So did he make one, miss one?
I think so. I shouldn't say that.
Okay.
I don't see that part of it. I see Toledo just had a steal though. There we go. Now we're back. It blacked me out there for a second.
Okay, I just seen the layup. And then Ohio turns the ball over. They steal. 6 seconds left. Let's call it game. Let's call it. Call it. Hold on,
75.
I want to see it. Let's go.
Boy, if we were taking the under 163, we would have gotten there too. We were pretty dialed into that game, with the exception of the team total first half and the first half over. But we had all the other pieces nailed down.
I did call that out. I said I have a feeling the first half goes under though, and that's why I stayed off. But hey, you know what? We got some back-to-back videos for you guys.
That's what I'm talking about. This shit means something to me, man.
I love he's fucking crying.
It means something. And you know what? We just went 2-0 in the second half of this game, thinking the total was dead in the water. But guess what?
I like it, man. I actually not even like it. I love it. My dick is hard right now. That's how excited I am about this.
That's an understatement.
It's an understatement.
2 more winners. Let's go.
That's how you grind it out right there, boys and girls. We are grinding.
That teeter-totter just teeted one way towards the winning way.
Winning.
By winning. I wish I had that video. I'd have played that for our back-to-back smackers in that game.
We'll take it. That was a nice one.
I definitely agree. And holy shit, 59 points. About 4 minutes left in that UConn game. So what? 75-82. What does that finish at? 77-80. That's 157.
Mm-hmm.
$89 points second half.
Unbelievable. Great read. Great read on where that game needed to be.
Wow. I appreciate
Wow.
everybody that's already hit the hit the like button. If you haven't already and you're in here somehow, go ahead, hit that thumbs up. If you have already hit the thumbs up, hit the share button. The link's over on my Twitter as well. Go ahead and give it a like and a retweet over there so we can get some more people from Twitter on over here. And man, we got to look at some spots for some live betting in these 4 o'clock slates now, or the 7 p.m. slates for you, Mike.
Yeah, that's right. We're off and running already with these 7 o'clock games too. I mean, their time is not waiting for anybody right now.
Absolutely. There's just too many games to wait for anybody.
There ain't no waiting.
Kansas 17-9. I told you, Kansas first half. I had a feeling.
I ended up on them first half full game, and I took the under full game. So we'll see what that under does with Iowa State. I said that too. I said Iowa State to me falls off at the end, and they just, I don't know.
Did you get 2.5 in the Kansas?
First half was 2. I got a 2 on the first half, and then the full game was -4.5.
I got a 2. I got a 2.5.
Penn State at the +2. I did lock that in. I didn't touch the total. I was inclined to think about that under, but you're on the over, and I thought
you should have followed Razor on that under.
Yeah, and the numbers lined up with it too, but that's okay. It is what it is. You know what? It's a long day, and we got UConn first half -2. They're down 2, but there's 2 minutes to go, so that's the lucky twos. And
Arkansas up early. Arkansas up early on Texas A&M 11-8.
Hogs.
Yeah. Let's see. Duke Miami, low scoring game. First 5 minutes. First 4.5 minutes. 7-7. TV timeout. Marquette's up 33-31 over UConn. 2:08 left in the first half. Wow.
On our way.
Wow, we are on our way to hitting some more live bets. That's for damn sure.
Memphis is down to UCF. Come on, Memphis. That was the one game of all the games that I made all those plays on. That was the one game that kind of concerned me the most. I thought I like Memphis too. I don't know if I'm biased to Memphis. UCF been playing poorly. The number just didn't seem like it was high enough given the spot for Memphis. Memphis 13-5 in the conference against an 8-10 UCF, coming off of a series of losses. Strange number. Penn State pulled ahead 23-21. Let's go State Penn. UConn dragging their asses.
Yeah. And Niagara's still up on Iona.
Unbelievable.
I did not see that one coming.
Nope. Glad I didn't touch that second half too, because I was looking at that 8.5 and I was thinking that's a lot more in line with where I'm trying to be, but that would have sucked. That would have sucked. Still time, but
yeah,
Niagara's not going away. They're hanging in there. They're trading body blows right now, blow for blow. I'd like to see that, though. I mean, for this region of the country, Siena got embarrassed. Canisius really isn't anything anyways. Syracuse got beat up. University of Buffalo didn't do anything. St. Bonaventure took the early exit. The only team left is Niagara.
Well, I mean.
Oh, no. Lee Davis giving us some bad news there.
What?
Said Miami might be fucked.
Is out for the remainder of the game. Fuck. $11 to 7 now. I don't think when you did the money breakdown, there was a lot more. Was there more money on Miami than Duke?
Oh, look, I don't remember.
The only thing I can remember is when you did the breakdown for the Arkansas, Texas A&M.
Duke had 61% of the bets and 67% of the money. The line moved from -3.5 to -2.5. But like our boy Lee saying there, that injury that's
plays a factor. It has nothing to do with where that money's staying. Penn State up 1, 25-24, minute 10 left. Northwestern goes smacks a little jump shot, 26-25.
That +2 is gonna be a real factor, I think.
Oh yeah, I have a feeling they're gonna be flirting with that number all the way to the end of the game. Penn State misses a jumper. Northwestern's maybe put up a bucket before the end of the half. I mean, I would love that. I need more than 51 points for my total to go over. Shit.
Yeah, we need some scoring.
They missed a 3-ball with 5 seconds left. Yep, going into half, 26-25. Arkansas pull. Never mind. I was about to say Arkansas pulling away a little bit, 18-10, as Texas A&M makes a layup, 18-12. Duke up 14-9. Looks like Miami just fouled. And yeah, UCF still up 15-13, 11:47 left.
Looks like the UConn game's on FS1, so I'm going to make a TV
Yeah,
change.
I don't even know how you could buy out of that Miami game now. I mean, unless miraculously Miami can bring it back within this first half and you can get the spread at the 3 again and then just take Duke the other way, but
got the +3. I'm gonna ride it. I don't, as much as I think it matters, there's a full team around him to step up and close the gap. So we'll see. We'll see what happens. There's plenty of time.
True.
Second half might be your opportunity to buy out.
Miami is still a great team, and
yeah.
Duke is not the Duke of Duke with Coach K. That's for sure. I'll live by that. So if I lose this bet because someone got injured, so be it. I still saw tons of value in the bet. $71 points in the UConn Marquette game. Under a minute left. These boys
what a fucking foul, or a what a call.
What?
Just a deflect the ball out for Marquette, but they gave it back to Marquette. And it doesn't look like there's any reason it should have gone back to Marquette. At least it didn't make the basket, I guess. Fuck. Come on, UConn. Marquette's got some ugly-ass jerseys, man. Just fucking yellow. School bus yellow. I was saying that to my boy.
Oh, you know what? I think Razor did the what's it called? I think Razor just used all the tag people from last week because when he just did his promoted one for the stream tonight, I don't see me or you on that.
Oh, we're out? We got voted off the island?
I think we got voted off the island. I'm sure if we pop up in there that he'd send us an invite though.
That's cool. Looks like he's got a whole new cast going there tonight, huh? He's got picks from Dave back in there.
You got Dave. He's got Big Show, Sharpie, Babano, LJ, Guns. Hey Lee, now's your chance to buy off Miami if you wanted to. I mean, I'm just gonna live with it. That's just me.
Yeah, I'm gonna own it and run with it. Looks like our boy
How
Picks
would
from
I
Dave's
play?
going to be on there. Look forward to Dave's picks.
Yeah.
What else we got? The Hogs. Hogs should have been. That was a good play. See how that turns
18-12
out.
still. No,
Yeah.
I don't want it. Yeah, you just fucking ride it out, bro. Just ride it out.
All you can do. UConn buries a 3. 5 seconds left to tie the game up at 38.
Up. Oh my gosh.
Halftime, tied. Not where I wanted to be for the first half play, but Iona's taking a 3-point lead in the second half on Niagara. Long ways to go to get there to cover that.
Is this where they start pulling away?
Hopefully. That's a good looking run right now. I think it's a good looking set we've got here, and
so
I feel good about these spots.
I need an 80-point second half in this Northwestern Penn State or overtime. And I need 80 points to win after they got 51. You know, I'd love to see some overtime. I'd love to see some overtime and maybe Penn State victory there.
So this Marquette game,
I had no play. I had no play in the first half.
I'm looking at the second half number here. I'm thinking this might be that opportunity to capture this over.
UConn Marquette?
Yeah. So I'm just jumping in to see what the number was now. I was so against it because my boy was talking it all morning, but now that I'm looking at it,
well, I mean, with 76,
yeah, that's a big number.
Let's take a look at some stats. I mean, UConn shooting 46% or 47% from the field, 46% from three. Marquette shooting 54% from the field, 42% from three. The total they had the total before the game, before tip off, was 148.5.
Yep.
And what's it at now? 150 what?
I see 154.5 right now. So that's looks good. I'm gonna jump in there. I do think that we see the scoring continue. I don't think the scoring is going to go down at this point. I think it's going to keep rolling. I mean, at this point, they're second half 78.5. Yeah, I like it. I'm gonna run with it. It's the better part of the number by the pregame flop there, but I'll take a whack at it. Let's go.
There you go. I'm gonna leave this to you for a sec. I gotta go run to the bathroom. I'll be right back.
Do your thing, man. Yeah, so anybody that's in their chat listening, check us out here. We've got UConn second half over as a play I just laid in there for us. Disappointed with the UConn first half performance, but you know what? That's why we played it first half and full game. So if we go 1-1, worst case scenario, it's all good. All good. Keep it moving. Looking at this Akron Kent State game. I don't know if anybody in the chat has any thoughts on that. Tips off here in about 5 minutes, give or take. Looks like the numbers are definitely going towards Akron as far as the sharper money, but we're seeing a little dip in the line for Kent State from -2 to -1.5, with more pressure coming in on that 2 for Akron. Interesting. It's low number, 135.5, now 134.5. And we move onward. Got my eyes all over NC Central for this 8 p.m. game against Norfolk State. Not feeling Norfolk today, so gonna take a run at this guy. Yeah, I kind of like Marist. I was thinking Marist as a good spot there. I don't know where the points are going to come from either side of things here. As I look at it, I see a total of 121, 58% of the bets and 92% of the money on the over, and it's just not moving. So, it seems like it's in play, the under in that game. But I definitely could get down with Marist. I see 54% of the bets and 85% of the money are on St. Peter's. I'm not sure what that line's doing. I can't see where it's at now in New York, but I'll finagle in a second here.
What are we taking a look at?
Looking at the Marist game. Marist, St. Peter's. -1 for that line just hasn't moved, and it looks like everybody was popping on St. Peter's. Also, the number went from 121 down to 118.5. So that's a pretty significant bump in the move there as well.
121 to 118.5. Where's the
Yep.
money at?
It's a limited visibility with the money right now, but it looks like, I guess I got 58% of the bets and 92% of the money on the over, and that line's dropping. So a big drop too. So I just can't see if that drop was when it opened at 121 or if it's dropping or if it's now because it's at 118.5. That's a super low number though, huh?
I'm going to use.
Yeah, it looks like Lee Davis. It looks like you're right there. It's been -1 pretty much from the get-go.
I'm going to look at action to see any line movement, though, like on the total. This is St. Peter's Marist, yeah?
Yep.
All right. Yeah.
I like Marist. I'm gonna take Marist there and run with it, but I don't think I'm gonna mess with that total. I do like Marist though. I think that's a good look. Good look tonight. Let's take a look at some of these. So I've got Marist as well on an 11-4 against the spread window right now, 13-2 straight up. So that looks like a good Marist spot. Marist. Put this little 8 p.m. slate together here with North Carolina Central, Marist, and then that'll take me right to 9, right up to the 9 o'clock spot there. So looks good.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, it's all this line movements in the past 12 hours.
On the total?
Uh-huh.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and in the past 4 hours, it was at 120, went to 120.5, fell back to 120, went to 119.5, and fell to 119 where it's at, all within 4 hours.
I wouldn't. Let me see the difference between the first half number and the full.
First half, I'm showing 55.5.
Oh, I'm looking at I'm on the NC. I was just looking at the number going 64.5. Wow. Hammer that under, but I was in the wrong game. Yeah, 55.5. Man, those are just low numbers. I get full-fledged scared when I see those low numbers like that because I feel like it's so easy for a run to happen that pops you over by 1 or 2 points and you're screwed than it is the opposite way where everyone throws bricks up there. I don't think we see the brick fest as much, but I don't know. We'll see. I'm gonna ride with Marist. I like Marist. I'm gonna take
First half of
Marist. I'm just gonna take him full game. I think. Let me just double check over here.
You're gonna touch the money line since it's so close.
Yes. Yes. Yeah, the number is different. It's ridiculous not to. It's -1 at -110, and the money line's -115. So yeah, that's a
Really, my book has -0.5 at -110, money line -110. Yeah, might as well just pay the 5 cents for that, though. That's what I would do.
Yep.
And excuse me for eating a little meal here. I haven't eaten yet today, and I just wanted to get some food in me before I start drinking tonight.
It's always a good move. It's always a better play to do it that way.
Yeah, before I end up blacked out on my toilet bowl.
Wondering what did I do tonight?
What the hell happened?
Right.
Yeah. Let's see.
What the hell happened?
What?
No, I'm just laughing about waking up on your toilet bowl thinking, what the hell happened? What did I do last night?
Face first. What the fuck?
Miami's up 32-31. A lot of time left. That game seems like it's going backwards.
Yeah, I know. What the? How much time is left?
3.5 minutes, give or take.
3.5. Oh dang! Wow. And what was the total in that game? 145.
I think so. That sounds about right. I thought I wrote it down. Hard to tell. Hard to tell at this stage of the game.
Did UConn Marquette second half tip yet? No.
Not yet. I did say I took that over 78.5 for the second half. So gonna keep her running. Hope for some scoring.
78.5.
78.5 for that second half.
So you need more than what they put up this half. We put up 76.
Yeah, but that kind of makes sense because we were talking earlier with that game to see the opportunity where it's like a 10-point differential first half, second half. I'm sure they went over that first half number. I'll take the 10. I think this could be a high scoring game. My fucking buddy.
Yeah.
I would have been on that number earlier today if I didn't hear about it all morning. But it's okay. We are where we are.
You gotta get on your friend's case. Like, yo, dude, you cost me money. Don't talk to me until I tap my game.
You talked about it so much. First thing I see this morning in a text is this looks like a great spot tonight. I mean, good for him, but what are you gonna do?
Oh, Lee's on Cavs plus 2.5.
Doesn't that seem odd that there's 2.5 against a Miami team who's suspect at home? They're playing Miami, right? I think that's what I saw. I'll tell you a couple spots I did end up taking was the Nets Timberwolves game, the full game over and the first half over. So I think I got 115 on the first half and the full game at 226. And I did the same thing with the Nuggets and Spurs. I went first half over, but I did a half a unit on the first half over because it was 119.5. And then I took the full game over as well, 236.5. 121 was the number I got in the first half for Denver. So that was a little too high for me. That's why I went with the half unit. And then the full unit on Denver over 236.5 for that game as well. So a couple looks. We'll see what happens. I did like the Atlanta spot as well. And I didn't take it, but we're sitting here. It looks like they're down 7. Keep my eyes on that for the second half. There may be an opportunity for a live bet there. We'll see.
Well, hopefully Kansas can keep rolling here so we can cash another bet here. Kansas first half is looking really nice.
Miami's giving them hell too. I like to see that.
That's all I'm really sitting on right now. I have the Kansas first half bet, and then I got UConn by the 4.5 at -102 for the full game. I'm a little hesitant to take that total over, but I could be on the total once the second half kicks off. I just want to see how they start this up.
Penn State comes out with a big 3 to start the second half against Northwestern. Like that. Like to see that. Let's go Penn State.
Riding your +2 right there. And you're all good, Lee. You're all good.
Somebody says, so all of a sudden Ohio State's the best team in the college basketball.
Who said this?
Somebody on Twitter. It's the Big Ten now. I'm just not a fan. What's a shame is they'll make the dance too. Didn't they lose to Oral Roberts outright last year in the big dance there? It was like the second round too, if I remember. I remember I was sitting at a casino somewhere and watching the game and kept live betting it. Just live bet every time. And the gap went from like 16 points down to like 8, down to like 4, down to being a favorite. And I was like, man, what a strange game that turned out to be.
I was.
And then Oral Roberts got the shit kicked out of him the next game, I think.
During March Madness last year, I worked in. I worked as like a contracted worker in stations casinos. And I would go around and I would do the the signups for the STN sports betting app. So I would just be at the booth chilling, like helping people fill out their paperwork, getting their accounts signed up, watching games, watching my bets. Like it was the easiest job I think I ever had.
That's awesome.
And then what's it called? Then after March Madness ended, they're like, "Oh, do you want to come back for NBA playoffs?" And I was like, "No, not really," because I was still working the job I work at now. And I was like, "No, not really. I don't want to do NBA playoffs." And then I never went back to do. I wanted to do it again this year, but when I texted the dude, they just didn't have any spots available. Because last year I did NFL as well, and I was like, I don't want to do NFL. I want to be able to watch and play, enjoy the NFL, but I don't mind doing college basketball.
That's what got tough for me during the playoffs with some of the live streams for football is because I'm on a delay with the IPTV setup. I've got guys are watching ahead of me and cheering and hooting and hollering, and I'm sitting there waiting to see what happens. Like, you know what? When it came to the Eagles, like, let me just watch my team. Let me enjoy my team. Leave me alone.
Oh, so the Eagles are that's your team?
Yeah, that's my.
Okay. Damn,
that's my
tough out.
Yeah, it was disappointing, but it's all right. It is what it was. It was just a crazy year to see them go as far as they did, play as well as they did. They pretty much got everybody coming back this coming year as well. So I think it's going to be the making of something. We're on the onset of something here.
Okay. I mean,
I'm a Bills fan too, so based on my region of the country, so. It's exciting to see them. I was hoping to see a Bills-Eagles Super Bowl personally, but
that would have been something for you.
Yeah.
Who would you have rooted for?
I would have rooted for the Eagles. I would have been all over the Eagles. Bills are my second team. They're my B team. They're my AFC team, whereas the Eagles are my team.
Okay, that's fair.
Would have been fun. It would have been.
Do you think the rest of the NFC East is going to be able to catch up with you guys this year? Because you guys have pretty much besides that stupid loss to Washington, you guys pretty much ran away with the division.
Yeah, I think the window is when you've got the quarterback on the rookie deal, right? So you've got the quarterback with the rookie deal means there's money to pay everybody else. The Eagles they're going to probably renegotiate and sign Hurts out, which I think is the right thing to do, but depending on how they structure the contract, they still have another year or so to put money elsewhere.
Okay.
You know, you look at the Giants, they've got to pay Saquon, they've got to pay Daniel Jones. I don't know that there's enough money. What are they doing at wide receiver? There's a lot of question marks there. When I look at the Commanders, you know, I don't. Again, that team's in turmoil right now. They're trying to sell the team. They're
no quarterback.
There's a lot going on.
They got a nice defense. I'll give them that.
Yeah,
they don't always show up. They don't always show up, but they got a decent defense.
And then there's the Cowboys, you know, and they're relevant, but they're also in a situation where they're not dealing with rookie contracts. They're dealing with they paid their guys, and now they need their guys to produce. So I still think there's the lingering question mark about Dak.
They just restructured Dak, so I think they have. I saw some rumor floating around Twitter about like they just cleared up all that cap space to sign OBJ, but at this point, what is a 37 or 36-year-old OBJ?
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know.
I don't even know if he's that old. I'm just exaggerating, but
he's got to be up there. Somebody will take him. I saw something on Twitter today that said he was going to host tryouts or was going to host teams coming in to watch his workouts. Yeah. Good for him.
We'll see.
I don't know what he's got left in the tank, but
yeah, I don't know.
Coming off a major surgery too.
But he didn't play last year, so yeah. I mean. And he looked great in the videos that he did post. I mean, again, it's just the video, but he looked like he could move really well.
You can only edit him so much before you, right?
You have
video's the video. At some point, whatever tape they got on is what they got on you.
Yep, you can only fake so much out there, you know.
Right.
You smacking any XFL tomorrow?
I haven't really gotten into the XFL. You know.
Me either.
I don't know. I watched a game a couple weeks ago, and I think the final score was like 6-3 or 10-3 or something like that. It was. I don't know. I don't want to be a traditionalist about the NFL, but it's just not basketball. It's not football season anymore for me. So you know, it's hard to go out there and watch the best quarterback in the XFL is worse than the worst quarterback in the NFL. And do I want to go out and watch a bunch of? I don't know. I think it's cool that they've got another league. They need more funnel systems or filter systems to get guys to the show. But I don't know. It's just there's been so much else going on that it's just not my cup right now. I like that the Rock's a part of it though. I like that he's somebody. I think I forgot who it was there. AJ McCarron, maybe the kid from Alabama, now playing out there, and he said I could have been a backup in the NFL. Could have been a backup in the NFL, but he wants to make memories for his kids, and he chose the XFL because of it. And then he led like 2 comeback wins I saw, which is pretty cool. And then The Rock commented on it. So I mean, that's cool. I like the storyline that's going on with it, but it's just not my thing.
And then I think like the American Football League or whatever the heck the other one is, I think that starts next month.
Oh, really? I didn't even know there's another one coming up. Oh, I did know that actually. Yeah. Interesting.
Yep. And then next year they're bringing back the Arena Football League as well.
It's flooding the market. Football's in buy mode right now.
Oh yeah, and I think I believe Andrew Luck's dad is the commissioner of that American Football League.
Yeah, I did know that.
Yeah, so that
kind of messed up. That was it the I forgot the name of the league. Was it last year or the year before where they ran out of money, so they stopped playing their players, and then when they were traveling on the road, they dissolved the league, so the guys had to like pay on their own to get home.
Yeah. Wasn't that like 2 years ago?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, it wasn't this past year.
Nah, was that during COVID or was that right before?
I think it was right before. It was like right at the start of it, wasn't it?
I think that's right when it was. But yeah, no, that's crazy. Hopefully, I told myself, I haven't played any XFL. I've watched some. I was like, you know what? Give me a full season between both of these leagues, and then maybe we'll look at it because I don't want to take the time to try to learn the players, learn the teams. Yeah. And then it just dissolves again.
Yeah, I'm kind of in the same way. I don't want to commit to it until I know that there's actually something happening to it. So,
yeah. Well, Marquette is coming out with the floodgates opened, up 10-4 in the second half. It's 48-42. Iowa State cutting it down to 4 under 2 minutes, 1:59 left. Duke up 4, 38-34 with 1:09 left in what seems to be the longest first half I've seen. Oh, but you know what? I'm comparing it to this 3:30 game, and those were 4 o'clock starts, so never mind.
Oh yeah. I've done that. So if see, Iona's up 8 points in the second half on Niagara. 3.5 minutes to go. We're not dead there. We're still alive.
Didn't you say Iona? Did you take them in that in-game spot, the 8.5?
No, I didn't. I ended up with the -14 pregame. I saw the -8 for the second half, and I thought about it. I thought long and hard about it, but I moved off of it and grabbed something else.
Oh, gotcha.
Too bad.
Blackhawks up 2-0.
Yeah, Blackhawk cock.
Blackhawk cock? Blackhawk cock?
Not sure I understand it, but
Let's see.
here we go. We're minutes away from tip. I've got NC Central. I took them first half and full game, and I went with Marist. Should be fun. Should be some fun spots here. Boy, there's a big window at 9 o'clock coming up.
Isn't that right when that's right when the other stream is starting, huh?
I think so, yeah.
So,
Oregon, UCLA plays at 9. Creighton, Xavier plays at 9. Maryland, Indiana. That should be a good game. As much as I've been soured on the Big Ten, I mean, it's a tight line, 1.5 points. Indiana's been playing out of their minds, but Maryland stinks on the road. That's a tough one. Vanderbilt, Kentucky. I think Kentucky puts the boots to Vanderbilt. I can't believe Vanderbilt even advanced after the last game there, but we had that first half Vanderbilt last night.
Yeah,
that was a nice win. And
I like that Texas spot tonight, especially because of that revenge factor from just a little bit ago.
Yeah, against TCU.
That
should be a good game at 9:30.
Yeah,
Clemson, Virginia should be a good spot as well. Boy, I wonder what's. We got a total.
I like the under. I like the under in that game. Yeah, I like the under. Yeah.
If it's going to go under, I think Virginia is going to beat up Clemson because Clemson so streaky. They can be hot with their shooting, but man, when they're cold, they are ice cold. Like they couldn't beat, the backups for Notre Dame, and it's like you got to be.
They just put up 80 against NC State, and I don't think you're gonna do anything like that against Virginia. Plus, Virginia just plays a different style of offense. They slow it down, drag it out, and what's Clemson gonna do with that?
I just don't know what they can do to answer. I read something the other day where some analyst was talking about how he said Clemson's just like Syracuse. They're basically the same team. And I think there's a lot of validity to it. Not only do they wear those ugly orange jerseys, but I think there's definitely a lot of legitimacy behind that. The two teams play a very similar style, and it's very driven on how effective they can shoot the ball. And Clemson, again, can go super ice cold. I think their time's done. Their dance is done. But that being said, I think they're a bubble team looking in right now with their record 23-9, 14-6 in the conference. They can come out there and play. We'll see what happens.
I think and that's just another thing is also like Virginia's program been here before, done that. So I don't think.
Yeah.
I like. I kind of want to pull the trigger on the total.
It's just a 126. That is a low number.
I'm gonna go look at the matchup between. Let's see. 126.5. Got it.
Half. All right, Kansas got it done at half.
Did they? Is that a winner?
That's a winner. 33-25 halftime.
Oh, let's
Baby.
go.
That's what I'm talking about. This shit means something to me, man.
Means everything to me, man.
Everything.
Oh, yeah.
Boy,
What is
Arkansas is waxing A&M 38-25. That game's not even close. Memphis won at halftime, 40-30. That's another one. Put that one in
Good
the
thing I
bag.
did not. Oh, you hit another one? All right.
I shared it. I don't think I made it official, but I was on it for sure. And
I like it, man. I actually know, not even like it. I love it. My dick is hard right now. That's how excited I am about this.
I'm just so excited, bro. So excited.
that's how excited
What is
I
that?
am
Four
about it.
straight? Well, that's 4 straight winners now in the so far.
I think so. I think
we're cranking it
we
up.
went to we transitioned with that second half of that Toledo game, and that got us going. That's all you need is that little jolt of electricity there to keep things moving in the right direction. So
Yes,
we'll take it.
Hey, I absolutely.
We caught that Howard first half. We'll take that one. That was a little sneaker.
Little sneaker, exactly. So
Iona kind of screwed the pooch, but that's okay. We are where we are.
So how did you want to, with that other stream coming up, I think they're starting at 5:45. What did you want to do? Did you want to just end this one and go over that way into the chat, or?
Yeah, that's probably what I'll do. I'll probably drop off here, maybe 15, 20 minutes. We'll jump off early. I got to get a couple things in order for my later slate anyway, so
that's all good.
Actually,
Actually, you know what?
See what those boys are doing.
It's 5 o'clock now. Why don't we? All these other games are at halftime with the UConn game. 14:46 left, 53-46. Why don't we just call this a wraps here, and then we'll get back together. In the chat over with Razor on the SDR stream tonight.
Sounds good, man.
We will do that. Well,
definitely.
One more time, just because I love it.
I like it, man. I actually know, not even like it. I love it. My dick is hard right now. That's how excited I am about this.
I'm excited for the night slate in college basketball. We've won 4 straight live betting games. We just need to keep it rolling. We're going to take a little break, get some stuff done. We'll see everybody who's in here over there. That's for sure. Everyone have a great rest of your night. We'll see you in about an hour.
Yeah.
Later, guys.